9:06 p.m. Saturday, April 29th, a.m. So we're going to do roll call.
Mayor Gerardo ANAYA.
Present.
Vice Mayor Jesus Roldan.
Present.
Councilmember Luis Galindo. Councilmember Miguel Villalpando. Councilmember Juan Castillo.
Present.
Councilmember Marta Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilmember Lorena Delgadillo. Present. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And this meeting is open to the public, right? They can call in. Does anybody from the public want to speak? Call to the public? Okay. You have one? No. No? Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody. Like I said yesterday, we have a lot of new people in different positions, new to their positions, but they're not new to the city, and I feel very confident that moving forward we're gonna build a good team. A lot of exciting things are happening in Somerton, especially around the high school. That's gonna explode our economic development. We're getting a lot of interest of companies and investors that before didn't look at Somerton. So the next years are exciting, and looking forward that for this retreat that we come together, we as a team and have the same vision for the next couple of years. So with that, if other council members want to say some words. If not, we're going to jump into our agenda.
All right, Mayor, if I may. So today we'll be presenting, of course, all the departments, the development and the efficiency for the future for the city of Somerton, and what we can do to enhance that, and also working, with the mayor and council on direction as we move forward. So with that, we'll start with human resources. Armando, you want to? And just to let everybody know, support this mic, so you're welcome to pick it up and talk on either side, or you can stand next to the podium. Just make sure that you talk into the microphone. It is recording, and to make sure we have those minutes.
Yes. So I was told 20 minutes, so I'm going to keep it in time. Good morning, everyone. My name is Armando Leon, HR Manager for the city, and nice to see everybody here today. So today I'm going to give you a brief overview of what we do in human resources. Much of the work that we do happens behind the scenes, and for example, in the day-to-day operations of HR, we'll handle questions about benefits. Sometimes we get calls about somebody wanting to get an update on their application. We have managers coming into my office wanting to get advice on how to handle certain situations in HR. Employees coming in as well with situations that happen in their lives, and they need time off or those type of things. So it's we've got calls from outside vendors as well. I wanted to get employment verifications, unemployment issues. It just goes on and on. So the day-to-day activities that happen in HR are pretty broad and unexpected sometimes. But in addition to that, there are certain strategic initiatives that we want to achieve from a human resources perspective. And as you all know, 2022 was a very challenging year. And many changes happened in addition to the pandemic. And through it all, I think we had a lot of individuals that stepped up and took over key roles that needed to be done to maintain the city and keep operating to the best that we can. So today I'll give you a little bit of an introduction. At the City of Somerton, our employees deliver the services that the city residents depend upon. Human Resources provides the framework and the workforce infrastructure that will help drive workplace innovation and service delivery to the city. One of the, next slide please. These are some of the primary functions that I'll be discussing throughout the presentation. Recruitment and selection, training and development. You can hold it there at the, just for a second. Some of these key areas, key topics that I'll be talking about. And I'll give you a little bit of data on the recruitment and selection that will help us sort of develop strategic objectives together with council so that we are doing, setting the right goals for the city and setting the right goals for our workforce and our employees. Next slide, please. So on the recruitment and selection, we are now pushing all our applications and our postings to Indeed. It's been working pretty good for us. Before we had a paper process, it was very ineffective, very inefficient. And now, since the inception of Indeed, on October 2019 to February 2023, we had 128 postings that we post out there. Now, before we were posting jobs through the Yuma Daily Sun, advertising on the Sunday paper and so forth. And I looked at some of the past invoices, and we were paying about $225 per announcement. So if you can imagine 128 announcements in the Yuma Daily Sun, the cost of that would entail, with a method and a system that really was very ineffective and not very productive. So we've had 128 postings since that time. Number of applicants, over 7,000. And just to give you a brief, brief statistical information, turnover for years 2017 to 2022 have been, in 2022 we had quite a bit of an increase for all terminations for many reasons. It was around 57. But looking only at full-time positions, we had about 36 positions that were turned over in 2022. Next slide, please.
Armando, I
Yes.
just have a quick question. Terminations, there's people that you have fired or people?
No, this is everybody that's separated. Yeah, it's not just people.
Okay, you have to come
Terminations
back.
is bad. Yeah.
No, terminations is a common term in HR it's a generic term for all separations of employment.
Okay.
And Armando, Councilmember, real quick, so I can, each slide, please, council members, if you have a question really, please let us know, and Armando and everyone else, as we go through the slides, make sure that, the council members, there's some input there, have the opportunity.
Armando, you mentioned the cost of, how much it was costing to post in the Yuma Daily Sun. How much is Indeed costing us?
Indeed, on average, it's costing us about $500 a month.
A month?
So, in a yearly basis, I think we spend about $5,000 to $6,000. I've got data over the last 2 years, and it's kind of been around there. The thing with Indeed is that many of the job postings that we can do for free. So I actually post a lot of free job postings. Typically, when there's a cost involved is when I sponsor the positions. So when the positions are sponsored, what it does, it pushes when somebody does a search for jobs, when it's sponsored, it pushes our job posting towards the top of the search page. So it gives us more visibility and more presence, and it generates more activity and more applicants as a result. But we have to be really strategic in how we do that, because Indeed has some default settings that if you're not watching it and you post a sponsored job, it'll post it at the highest possible rates. And so if I don't watch it, quickly the dollars will shoot up really high with a very low number of applicants. So I manage that by posting it at the lowest rate possible and for limited time periods. So sometimes I'll post it for like 3 days, remove it, and then go to a free job posting and just play it depending on how it's going. Yes.
What was the cost of the Yuma Sun?
About $225
$225?
per advertisement. Yeah.
Per advertisement.
Yeah, per advertisement, per job posting. So if I posted one job, it would cost me $225, and they would go on the Yuma Daily Sun on a Sunday and then on a Wednesday for 1 week. That's all the exposure we got then.
About 29,000 per year if you do all the.
So this is, and I can drive the cost down through Indeed, but when we're experiencing high turnover and we need to fill positions quickly, it drives the cost up. If we have steady turnover where it's not that high, then our cost is going to be lower because we don't have to spend those dollars to generate that recruitment activity. So, I have, and there's a green, down below. The green, yeah. If you could pick up the handouts, sir, and just hand them up. So, and then, so, I'll give you a little bit of more statistical information. So, this is exit interview data. The exit interview data that you have in front of you is for 2 years, and it goes from 2020 to 2022. And I just want to point out a couple of key data points. The survey data that includes on the first page, page 1. If you look at the bottom graph, and you can look at the other ones. One key point is that when people leave the city of Somerton, 97% indicate that they will recommend this as a place to work. So overall, a high percentage of our ex-employees that leave, they say Somerton is a good place to work. If you look at the relationships with supervisors, in the middle left, it says 93% had a positive experience with their supervisor, and only 7% had a negative experience with the supervisor. So what that indicates is that they're not being specifically having bad experience with the supervisor. If you go to, there's other data like nature of the job, utilization of skills and experiences, performance appraisals, get good marks on that. The other key one that I want to point out is training, orientation, and development programs. There we have, on the dissatisfied, about 27% of the respondents indicated that they were dissatisfied with training, orientation, and development programs. Opportunities for advancement also were dissatisfied. And then on page 4 at the top, if you look at salary treatment, this is probably one of the key drivers. We have almost close to 50%, 46% that indicated that the salary treatment they were dissatisfied with that. And so that's one of the high marks. Under supervision, right below that, only 8% were dissatisfied. So what the data suggests is that the two key drivers for that individuals say that they're dissatisfied with even their employment with the city are the salary and also with training and development. So salaries, we're kind of restricted by the budget. We can do a little bit of improvement with that or be strategic with it, but we can certainly do more with training, development, and so forth. Okay. So
and just real quick, Armando, just to let everybody know, Alexis is able to, the PowerPoint presentation you see, they email them to you, so you're able to, if you want to, you can pull them up and follow there. Because my eyes aren't that great either, so just like
2020 was. Armando, just to the salary treatment. We just had a retreat, at the county, and the same thing happened. It's a salary. I think it's all over the place. A lot of, government people are they're going to the private because they don't get
and not only the private, because we have one too, and where I work, my staff can say, you don't pay me enough.
Yeah.
They don't pay good.
Yeah, and
so I think the consensus is we're pretty much in what the market is all around.
yeah, I mean, of course, there's always room so we can, continue working in the salaries, but I think a quick fix will be the training and development. That's something that we can, start working on. Well, you as the HR, doing monthly trainings and, to different employees, from all the way from maintenance to all the way from management, different trainings that you can bring. And I think that prepare them for their position so they can be what they're supposed to be. And I think that also, that's a good engagement to keep the employees where they.
I agree. There's certainly not everything that we do at the city has to have a dollar. Involves a dollar. There are many things that we can do that can improve morale and can improve the workplace environment without necessarily tying it to compensation. However, proper compensation is we need to be competitive. But not fall too far behind the market either, but need to be competitive, and in some cases maybe just be strategic and maybe key positions might have maybe better compensation, overall. We just need to think about what makes sense for the
But,
city.
and you know what, and you know what, Armando, looking at this, you know, relationship with supervisors, I see that it's 93% yes, on the salary. I mean, it's, you know, it might not be where we wanted it to be, but you know what, sometimes, I mean, I think it's, with this, I can kind of see that the climate is positive, you know, within the city, and sometimes, I mean, I get it, people advance to more money, but, you know, sometimes the grass isn't always greener on the other side. And, I mean, I think with our directors being here, you know, I think this is where it's very important to do those little things, you know, where create that positive environment where, you know, everybody can contribute to change to the vision, where, you know, you can literally move money out of the equation and say, you know what, I love where I'm working, and we're gonna make a difference. So I think that's a challenge that I think all of our directors do face, because we clearly can't compete with our neighboring cities. But I mean, if you have that environment well, and they feel part of the process and everything, you know, I think it's good. And thank you for sharing this, the graphs like this, because I mean, the workload, when I look at the workload, 58% is very satisfied. So that means, you know, sometimes more is less, or more was less is more.
And I also want to have a compliment. I went to training as a department head, and the trainer, it was a couple of years ago, had mentioned that words have a lot to do with, not necessarily just the income. It plays a part, but, you know, they said a simple thank you every day, you know, to your staff, goes a long way. You know, thank you, you validate them, and you acknowledge that they're doing a great job. We all make mistakes, and I understand that, but just a simple, hey, thanks, please, you know, and with Lisa used to work for me, and I remember, she remembered, I would always say, you know, every time they would leave, have a great evening, thank you guys. And
That's not what you said last time.
But I make sure, you know, that I validate them. And I also, what I implemented in my department is, every quarter is, I would have like a staff meeting, and just a small training, and then we would bring food. Like each section would bring their food, and we would share, and we were not allowed to talk about work. Those 30 minutes, because my meeting was an hour, so those 30 minutes was just about ourselves and our family and what we wanted to do, and just to kind of move away from the stress and the anxiety of work. I think that helps a lot in the morale. It's just a suggestion. This is what I learned from a training that I went. But I think it is important that each department goes through trainings, especially, you know, for professional development on anything. Because I don't know, does the city do that?
And we don't want to, I don't want to get ahead of you, but Armando's got some slides to.
Okay, so we'll address some of those points, but thank you for your input. It definitely helps us to formulate some strategy. I'll talk a little bit about that towards the end of the presentation, but those are all good points, and those are all valid points.
You know, I was, get a magazine for engineering, and they did a survey, and the majority is just being recognized, feeling appreciated, and that's, you know, starts with the department heads, and, you know, just, and for us as council members too, there's, you know, I've been approached by different directors of some tones on certain council members that just demoralize staff, so we gotta be careful also, you know, in public when we are too critical. We gotta choose our words, because that trickles down to at the staff level too.
I think constructive criticism or professional differences of opinion is something that's valid. When it goes beyond and becomes a personal attack on the person, then that I think that should be off limits. But
Armando, just for on time frame,
so let's move on to the next slide, please. So these are the budget FTEs from Schedule G. We have been going up as far as FTEs. The turnover percentage in 2022 was close to 26%. And again, we did have quite a bit of turnover. A lot of key positions were turning over during the pandemic, and many directors were lost during the 2022. So I'll talk about in the next upcoming slides some of the key objectives that we hope to implement in human resources or at organization-wide to help us address that. So on training and development, this is one of the key areas that we need to focus and start to develop. So we want to develop, in addition to some of the standard yearly trainings like sexual harassment training, safety training, customer service. We are partnering with Marco Garcia that did training at the city of San Luis. Louis has indicated that it was pretty effective there. They created a really good training that was very constructive. So we're been having ongoing discussions with him and tailoring training that will be the most effective for the city of Somerton. And in addition to that, I'll tie it into a little bit some of the goals that we're planning on incorporating here. We're Safe Personnel is a program that's free for us from AMRP. We can schedule trainings there throughout the year, keep trainings, especially on the safety side, and also we can incorporate additional trainings that are customized for us, for our workforce, as we move on. Next slide, please. Safety and health. This is another area of human resource that falls under the human resources by default, I think. So with safety and health, one of the key areas that we want to focus on, in addition to safety, is the wellness program. So we did the wellness fair in April of this year and April of last year. And now what we want to do is move towards having quarterly wellness events. So the next one in July, which is the first quarter of the fiscal year, I'm thinking about mental health, stress management focus. I've already talked to the Regional Center for Border Health. They're willing to partner with us to deliver some of this training. Spoke to Sunset as well. So using our local resources, I think we can do something very effective for employees at a very cost-effective manner. In the second quarter, we're thinking about the healthy diet. And again, Regional Center for Border Health, they have dietitians that can help us deliver that training or that workshop. And then quarter three, fitness exercise. And then quarter four, do the wellness fair again with the biometric screening. On the managing the workers' compensation, we have been using Pinnacle to do work-related injuries, drug screening, and so forth. But one of the key things that we're incorporating now is the Triage Now. So Triage Now is an electronic format where we have an 800 number. When somebody gets injured, they call this 800 number. Immediately, they get to speak to a nurse. This nurse is specialized in giving sort of a triage. You just give them that initial assessment. If it's a first aid situation, they might say, if it's just a bruise, go home, put ice on it, or whatever the case may be. But then if it's a more serious injury, then they'll escalate it up and send them to a proper treatment, including maybe going to the emergency department in Yuma Regional or just a local clinic. So with what some organizations have experienced with Triage Now is that usually one of the results is a reduction of about 25% in cost just by managing incidents more effectively and rather than doing it the way we were doing it, which is more of a paper-driven process, contacting HR and us doing all the legwork for that. This is much more effective, much more efficient, and we're hoping that it'll drive results for us as far as lowering the cost. Next slide, please. On employee and labor relations, this is another big part of HR. We deal with employee disciplinary issues, coaching supervisors and directors on how to deal with certain situations that happen at work, and also make sure that we maintain legal compliance and follow best practices. But one of the key things that will help with employee relations is supervisor training. So in that respect, if we do the right training for our supervisors and directors, they will anticipate issues before they escalate to something bigger. And the goal is always to identify key situations that could possibly lead to maybe more conflict or maybe growing into a bigger issue. And so by doing that, by doing the proper training, and so we're in the process of creating those trainings to deliver to the directors. Got 5 minutes. And so that's ongoing. Proper documentation to minimize legal exposure to the city is always another key driver. We want to make sure that we're not creating any unnecessary exposure. Next slide, please. Performance management, we manage performance evaluations. The key thing this year is now we're going, rather than paper process, it's going through ADP, our payroll system. So it'll be electronic. We'll provide training for our supervisors on how to do it so that it's all captured in ADP. And then we manage the probationary period for employees by setting calendar appointments when they reach the 5 months, and it triggers the performance evaluation. Next slide, please. Compensation and benefits, I'm happy to announce that this year the cost will remain the same. We're not going to experience any increase in our benefits. So that gives us the opportunity to manage our budget and maintain it where it was. Next slide, please. A succession plan, and this is another key learning from the 2022, is that we have departures of directors and nobody to step into the role in some cases. In some cases we did. So for example, with fire, we had an experienced person to step into that, the leadership role. Community development, we had somebody that was sort of training to step into that role. So there were some key areas where we had somebody ready to step into the role, but in some departments we did not. So I think a well-structured succession plan will help us to anticipate, to be prepared for when the next departure happens. We're not caught completely off guard. Next slide, please. On recognition and retention, this is some of the key points that you were alluding to. So develop a retention strategy. So some examples might be, we're already doing the annual award and so forth. I think one of the key things that I thought that might work well for us and could be effective is peer-to-peer recognition. So supervisors cannot be everywhere at all times at once. One of the things that can drive morale is recognition between peers. From one department peer to another department peer, or within the same work unit. Next slide, please. Compliance and legal, this is, again, all of the things that we need to be mindful of with American with Disabilities Act, Family Medical Leave Act, Fair Labor Standards Act. This is always an umbrella that covers all of human resources, so we always have to be mindful that we're doing everything in compliance to the law. Next slide, please. So strategic partnerships. Cost containment is going to be a key for us. Partner with directors, search for opportunities to reduce process inefficiencies and reduce costs by improving efficiency. Process efficiency, one of the key initiatives that we'll be doing is SQI, which is the Somerton Quality Initiative. Next slide, please. So the SQI model, this is used, it could be called Six Sigma. There's different models for efficiency. Ours is going to be very simple with 3 steps. The first step is defining the process. So by process mapping, it could be a service process. We could process map it and define it, then measure, gather data, develop key performance indicators, and then improve the process, which should be data-driven, and then developing standard SOPs. So we'll develop models for how to create key performance indicators and standard operating procedures.
Is this going to be done by each department, or how is?
The thought is to each department have a key goal that they would like to achieve. So for example, in human resources, we'll develop our goal. What do we want to measure, and what's going to be the key performance indicator and the standard?
So who's going to oversee this process, and do we have a timeline for this?
We're rolling it out in the first quarter of the fiscal year. At the moment, I'm working with our training partner to build the plan, the training plan. And the first group will probably be our test group, where we start to do the process mapping and so forth. And then from there, start to develop the key performance indicators and the SOPs. Next slide, please. Yeah, the next one. Okay, so our employees make the difference. If we don't treat our employees properly, then they're the ones that deliver the goal. Any goal and objective that we have for the city is delivered by an employee. They're the ones that make it happen. Next slide, please. So another key thing is collaboration. When I first started with the city, one of the things that I noticed that there were many departments that were working in silos, working independently, no cross-communication, no cross-collaboration, and I think we need to change that. I think in order for the city to be effective and the most efficient that we can. I think we need to have more collaboration between departments and working towards similar goals. Next slide, please. So in summary, I think from the human resources perspective, it's partnering with all the directors, having conversations on a day-to-day basis, and then developing key trainings, and then developing, working towards process efficiency and developing key performance indicators, SOPs, so that we do improvements. Next slide, please. That's it. Any questions?
You know what, I have one real quick. I was looking at my notes from last year, and I know one of the things that we had that was very big is evaluations. Was that, how did that, can you elaborate on how it went this year? I mean,
employee evaluations?
Right.
Employee evaluations have been done the last 2 years consistently. This will be the 3rd year that we're doing it under the current model. So the model is, we took that same model. It's been working. It's been working pretty well. It does. I think the key thing that's missing right now is to tie the performance evaluations to objectives and goals of the city. So right now, everybody pretty much does their own thing, but it's not really tied to a city objective, city goal. So I think that's the next evolution of performance evaluation, is that it's tied to either driving costs down, being more efficient, whatever the case, however we define those goals for the city, is tying the performance evaluations to
because
that.
I think once we do that, I think that that ties into the training and those things, because I mean, if our directors are constantly, in the providing that hands-on, I mean, they'll see where those areas of opportunities are, and kind of address those as it goes.
The performance evaluation can tie several things: succession planning, developing talent so that they move up, not only from a technical perspective, but also maybe for the next leadership role. In addition to, again, being efficient and working towards the goals that are common to the organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Armando.
Next, we have Somerton Municipal Court, Judge Torok.
Last year we had clearing of
Good morning. Let the record reflect that I've been in this position exactly a month, and therefore I think that you owe me a little bit of mercy in this presentation. So bear with the court. I want to start with the achievements of the court were not by me. Judge Leon has to get all the credit. And this week I had an opportunity to cover for San Luis Municipal Court and Justice Court Precinct 2. And I will tell you that you should be very proud of the court at this point. And not because I'm there, because I just started and I inherited a court that is full of employees that have a lot of experience. And, they were doing a great job before, they're doing a great job now. So, it's when you have an opportunity to compare and to see other courts is when you appreciate. Speaking of appreciation to employees, I do appreciate our employees and the work that they're doing. I'm proud to say that I'm the 4th judge in this court and the first female appointed to the position of magistrate. So I'm very proud. I think my father would be very proud too if he was alive. The municipal court, per statute, you have no choice but to have a court. I'm sorry. Every municipality is required to have a court. And, the courts have been seen for statute and for a lot of guidelines that we have, like an island when they're part of the municipality. I'm hoping that that is not the case with this court, and I think Judge Leon maintained a pretty good relationship with all the departments and with mayor and city council. I intend to do the same thing without And I know for a fact that the court has been left to do what the court needs to do, and I appreciate that. I'm grateful for that once again, because I know other courts, unfortunately, they don't have the same freedom that this court has. So I appreciate that. The second slide, please. Our mission is the mission that Judge Figueroa established, and I find no reason to change it. I believe that it is a mission that is accomplishing what we need to do in this city. But I think that besides what you're reading in that mission, it is the goal of the court to keep the court known as a respectful entity in the city. It is my experience working in other jurisdictions that Somerton or South County courts are seen as courts that perhaps are not doing a good of a job, even if they're not familiar with what the courts do. I think your judge before made a big difference, and I want to continue doing that. So the mission will be to continue doing what is being done, and perhaps adding a vision. And what I intend to do with staff is create a vision for this court that will include, you'll see in the next slide, some of the things that we're going to be doing. The court is a limited jurisdiction, and limited only because it deals with just certain cases. We do not process felony cases. So although this week we did process felony cases because we were covering for Justice Court Precinct 2, I am allowed to do that because I'm also a pro tem for Justice Courts. So we process some felony cases this week, but we do entirely violations of ordinances, class 1, 2, 3 misdemeanor offenses. We also do orders of protection, and just informing the community. If they come to the counter and they have questions about what we do, we make sure that they receive the proper information. This is our staff. Like I said before, I'm fortunate to have a group of people dedicated to do above and beyond in the performance of their duties. Our judicial assistant works directly with the judge in the daily court's operation. She assists the court in the administrative duties and is in charge of the clerk's supervision. Our clerks are responsible for the processing of all cases, including the preparation of criminal case files before the court adjudicates and sentences the defendants. Our clerks are the first people our public will see and interact when they come to our court. Therefore, our staff has to be trained, knowledgeable of our court process in order to provide accurate information. Most of our staff has been with the court for more than 10 years, so they have more than 10 years of experience. And speaking of longevity and what makes employees happy, most employees in the court system don't make a lot of money, but I think it's very important to create an environment that it was mentioned by one of the council members about creating an environment that is conducive to people being happy, not because of the money that they're making, but also because of the environment. We have an interpreter that is about to pass his test, and we're crossing our fingers that he passed the certification for the state. And he assists all our litigants, defendants that come into the court that are monolingual Spanish speaking. I would say that 85, close to 90% of our cases, they require interpretation, not because they don't speak English. A lot of people want an interpreter because they do not understand the terminology of the court system, which is very, very understandable. We have a security officer And I will tell you that this guy makes that court safe not only for employees, but for the public that comes into that building. We have you can do that, the next one. We have 3 goals, and I first have written down 5 years, but because you gave me a contract of 2 years, I'm going to try to only 2 years. So our first goal will be security. And, it has been my experience in the past that if you are proactive, you can avoid a lot of problems, including liability for a city. So in 2011, I was working for Justice Court Precinct 1, and 5 people were shot in Yuma. If you remember, one of them was an attorney. It is believed that the defendant had a hit list, and one of those names was the judge and an attorney that happened to be my husband. My husband was representing the defendant in this case. The whole incident shook the community of Yuma, and then things were changed. Attorneys had intercoms in their offices, they have gates, they have all kinds of things. I want to make sure that in our court we are proactive. So what we're doing is we are going to fix or get new cameras in our court outside and inside. We want to have a monitor for staff to be able to see what happens in the courtroom, because a lot of times you could have a disruptive defendant, and staff needs to know what's going on in the courtroom. We want to make sure that the doorknobs are open in a way that employees have a quick exit into the courtroom. And don't worry, we have money for all that. We're gonna be covered. We're not gonna come back to you and ask you for that. A monitor, as I mentioned, for staff, but most important, the training. We want to make sure that the training is on a 3-6 month basis, where we are creating scenarios where people get ready for an active shooter or any other incident that the court may experience. So the training will be on an ongoing basis. The second goal is informing or educating the community. I was on a retire mode for about a year. I retired from Justice Court Precinct 1 in 2016. So 17 of 2018, I went back to work. But part-time, so I had a lot of interaction with the community. I volunteer on different projects. And what I found is that the community is not well informed of what the courts do. So what we intend to do is to be in conjunction with the schools and bring the classrooms to the courtroom and provide them with education. It will be an interactive workshop where attorneys and perhaps other judges can assist the court in giving an interactive workshop for students, and eventually maybe bring the community into place as well, and having those workshops, every 6 months. They will have to be scheduled ahead of time so the court can plan and bring other judges and other attorneys into the picture. And the last and most important goal for the court is to implement the mock trial program. And we're about to start a new high school in Somerton, and that's the perfect venue to start this program. So I'm already in contact with the coordinator of the county coordinator for the mock program in Yuma, is Judge Gonzalez, and I'm meeting with her next week. I want to meet with whoever is in charge the new high school, and slowly, the goal of the court is to have Somerton as the pioneer for the program in South County. South County has not been participating in the MONT program, and it is an excellent program for our youth. So that is one of the most exciting and challenging programs that the court wants to implement. So there's going to be a lot of entities, a lot of agencies involved, and I'm hoping that we create something that everyone will be proud of.
What about middle school, just Somerton Middle School? Would that be a good pilot?
You know, middle schools can participate in this program at a different level, and it could be something that the court can start with. They're just too small for the traveling. But yeah, I mean, my goal will be to start with that level for the education in our program, and I've done it before in another course where part of their civic class, they come into the courtroom. So that'd be my goal for the presentations in the courtroom and workshops, and then the high school for the MONT program.
That's great.
Good. And that is all.
I want to thank you, Judge, for bringing that knowledge and that education to our high school, especially in Somerton. You know, we have so many youth. Actually, yesterday we were talking about that, where a lot of our youth are now going straight to a university level. And, you know, we could have so many attorneys and judges from our own community because of you and this program that we're going to implement. And, you know, we were talking about the healthcare field and in engineering, and I think this is so important. So thank you so much for implementing that. If you need assistance, I'm sure Louis can contact you with Lucky, the new principal. He's doing wonders for our community and being very involved. I think this is going to be a great program for our community, so thank you very much.
Thank you. And Louis already offered to give me some information about, you know, contact information. I think you're right. I think that, you know, these communities need, you know, to have.
And many don't know where to begin. You know, a lot of our parents, they don't know. You know, you're just like, okay, you're just going to go to AWC or back into the workforce. But, you know, this educates the parents as well. There's just so many opportunities. Right now, the misconception of education is so expensive, when in reality, education is now being free. You know, in the school district, a lot of the teachers or individuals who want to become a teacher, getting their bachelor's or master's is free. And so, you know, there's just so much opportunity. But getting the first step and being involved in this helps them open a new vision for themselves. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other questions? And you know, as to numbers, I'm sure that you want to see, you know, the number of cases, type of cases, and all that. I would like to, you know, invite any of you that is interested in knowing what the court is dealing with at this point, and you know, that way we can sit down and then bring those numbers into the light. And, you know, I think all the courts have experienced that they've been impacted by COVID when it comes to the numbers, and that's around the state. I was told just a couple of weeks ago that our numbers are getting up there now with all the citations that are being filed. So we're going to see a little bit of a change. I'm just hoping that the court is not have the demand of the other two courts that are needing assistance. I'm always willing to help, but Somerton will be my priority. And I do hope that they understand, just in case they call you and they say, the judge doesn't want to help us. If I have a calendar and they want me to cover, I am telling them that they need to reschedule. because I don't want people to be waiting in a courthouse. Their priority for me, that's what I was hired for. So, if no questions, that is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a little change of schedule, so we're going to switch to economic development presentation for Public Works. Sam was able to come this morning and help us with the information, and so we're just going to swap. So next will be Public Works.
Can you copy Alpando? He wanted to be on the phone.
Good morning, all. Sam Palacios, Public Department. I'm going to start with this presentation is pretty much focused on projects and achievements, and future projects for possible projects for the year. I'm going to start with sanitation. Our achievements here in sanitation. Next slide. It's our 23 annual cleanup. As you know, always is a challenge, all the time. Dealing with this for 15 years. At the beginning, we started with a month of cleanup. Back in 15 years ago, now it's almost 2 months. And it's very hard sometimes to achieve this in 2 months because we're growing a lot. So it's, as always, a challenge due to the fact for personnel and equipment and educate the people in how to place those unwanted items as supposed to. And we also see a lot of people from out of town bringing their unwanted items. Bring a lot of trash, and it's a challenge. We need to take care of those. But again, the achievement was the annual cleanup, as always. We also eliminated a commercial route. It was a challenge as well. We was able to sell all the commercial containers, and we also were able to sell one of our commercial trucks. Our future projects is going to be the purchase of a new side loader for next year.
And Sam, really quick, can you elaborate what the need is for that side loader? Right now we have
We have now one new truck. Well, we purchased this 2 years ago, but because of COVID, we received it last year. It was almost 2 years
to put it together.
To receive the truck due to COVID. We also need to rent. We also leasing a truck, a second truck. And the third truck is 2015 that Lupe is driving, and it's really in bad conditions. So
How old is that truck? How old is that truck?
2015.
So those are used every day. So.
Exactly.
Almost 10 years, huh?
Exactly. 8 years actually. And it's every year, every day, and as you know, has to receive the lease truck. We pretty much use that one as a backup. I mean, we finish that route, he finished his route, and they jump into the next route. So basically, it works about more than sometimes 10, 12 hours per day instead of 8 or instead of 6. So it's a lot of work for that truck. Actually, in our rate study for sanitation, it is already mentioned or a schedule to purchase a new truck for 2024. And it is on my CIP as well.
So I was just thinking about that, sometimes you say we don't have manpower to get out the trash. What about if you put, let's say, you normally start at the golf course area. If you put a big construction container and then let the community know that, especially that area, if you guys can haul it and throw it in there, that will help us. And then whatever they didn't, they can go around you guys.
So this is something that Sam and I are currently working on. There was a CIP item for a dump truck, we're going to be going back to mayor and council, and what we'd like to do is change that CIP for that very same purpose, that we want to do 2 dump trailers and a new truck that would probably be even less expensive than buying the new truck, and give us the efficiency and opportunity to do that without more manpower. Or we could leave those, they could fill them up, they could take them in the truck, they could have 2 trailers, one on one side, one on the other, to make it more efficient. So we'll be bringing that up to council to hopefully, with the cleanup, they'll help, and with any other projects, one dump truck, you're pretty much stuck with one person, and with these other ones, you're able to use more. And these trailers are dumpable, so you don't need 4 or 5 people to, you just load it, and then you can just dump it without them having to follow you. So that's something we'll bring it up, and we're looking at efficiency.
Actually, so hopefully by May 16th, council will be our presentation. Possible approval. I'm gonna move to water. Our achievements in our water division was to finish the construction of the 1 million gallon tank water rehabilitation project. It was completed about 2-3 months ago. We also had the final design for the 1.2 million gallon water tank, which is the water tank number 3. On this project, I have the manuals, the project manual ready and the specs, and our plan is to advertise the project with 2 options. One is going to be a steel tank, pretty much similar as what we have, and the second option will be to build a concrete tank. It's going to be another possibility we want to explore, because constructing a concrete tank is pretty much no maintenance. But it's something that I want to put together and have a presentation for council. And again, I'm going to be displaying for as 2 options and see which is the best for us. This is going to be in conjunction with our consulting engineer, Kim Davis. We're going to present this to all of you. The Valley Vista Water Main Extension project, as you know, takes forever. Again, due to COVID, we have a lot of issues with the delivery of the PVC pipe, but finally it was completed on November 22. We was able to purchase a new backhoe for water and wastewater. Our water master plan update is ongoing now. I will say around 50 to 60% completion. Hopefully, it's going to be completed by the end of the year. Somerton Heights water main replacement and streets improvements. Pretty much on this item, which is the CDBG project, the water portion of the project is done. We already installed all the new PVC line along the Eucalyptus and Park Federal. And actually Monday, contract will begin replacing the sewer main. The next achievement is the design the water treatment plant number 3. This is pretty much the master planning for the water plant, which is going to be involved the water tank number 3, as I mentioned it, the treatment plant, the booster pumps, and the well. And also we was able to hire a new water operator. For our future projects, hopefully by next year, the plan is to construct the water tank number 3, the Somerton Heights water main replacement. This is the phase 2 of what we're doing right now, and complete the water treatment plant media replacement. This is a rollover project. We have this in our current CIP. My plan is to purchase the fins from the tank and roll over basically the media and the installation for next year.
Sam, what area is the Somerton Heights?
It's on Eucalyptus South, Federal from Eucalyptus to Orange, and Fern, Daffodil, Orchid, and Sunflower, between Federal and Union.
And Sam, will that finish up the replacement, or we still have?
Correct. With that, if we was able to complete phase 2, it's going to be pretty much we're done with the asbestos pipe. or it's maybe a 3 year. No more asbestos pipe on each day.
Really quick, Sam, I just want to point out, so the council is aware, the water tank project is, ARPA, that's been designated for ARPA funding. Somerton Heights replacement, that's CDBG.
Correct.
And the water treatment plant media replacement, that's
Impact.
Thank you.
On our wastewater, next slide. Our achievement was we were able to purchase and install the wastewater treatment plant bar screen. This saved us a lot of manpower because we used to do it by hand pretty much. This is pretty much a mechanical screen that is ongoing, controlled by a level. So we don't have pretty much anybody now, none of our operators to go and clean the rack. We want to do this self-cleaning. We have a container on the side. So this was a really good addition to the plant.
How much was that?
About 280, around 280,000. Now we also was able to purchase again the new backhoe. This was divided by water and wastewater. This is for those two divisions. Purchase of a new 3 pickup trucks. We also purchased a new spare pump for our major lift station, which includes the wastewater main lift station, eucalyptus lift station, garden lift station, and Cesar Chavez. Those are our main lift stations. And with this pump, it is basically a spare pump for all those lift stations. The Somerton Heights water main replacement project is the same as the water. It is water, it is wastewater in the streets because we're replacing the old brick manholes with the new polymer manholes. Again, like I say, on Monday this Monday they will begin with sewer, removing and replacing those pipe manholes along eucalyptus. And also another achievement was the high school sewer lift station electrical service. Pretty much was to provide power to the high school lift station. As you may know at the beginning, and this is something that unfortunately we cannot move forward in conjunction with the lift station, with the construction of the lift station, because APS never tell us from where they're gonna get power. They mentioned on Main Street, they mentioned on Cesar Chavez, but never give us a plan. So we couldn't plan and we couldn't advertise this project because we didn't know. So, but finally it is already done, and the high school lift station is already fully operational. Our future project will be the wastewater treatment plant SCADA replacement. This is basically to replace the brain of the treatment plant. This SCADA is since the first expansion on 2006. On 2012, we expanded. We pretty much just made some small changes. And now it is time that we don't have any parts because those are electronic parts that we need to replace. Another future project will be the auto control replacement. This is again for the wastewater treatment plant, and so we need to basically replace this system. Another future project will be the wastewater treatment plant, new 100 horsepower turbo blower, and the design of the Northeast Sewer Improvements Lift Station in Force Main. This is pretty much the lift station on the east of Somerton Avenue, south of County 15. But we discussed with the city manager and Carmen, and we are going to move forward with this year. It is on my current CIP. We discussed with one of the possible developers that are very interested in this area, and it looks like we're going to be moving forward. So this item will be in front of you by, I believe, May 16, I believe. So hopefully it's going to be presented in potential approval or move forward with the design. Again, the design will be a new lift station and a force main to discharge into the new high school lift station. Next slide. Here's our our achievements for street projects. The final design for the new traffic signal on Main Street in Parkview. This, as you know, we advertised, we received the bids. The lowest bidder was CMEX, and I believe it is on the agenda for possible approval or possible project award. Construction for the new traffic signal. This is pretty much again, we are ready to go, and hopefully we can start. If possible award this project, we may start within 3 weeks, because CMEX is our contractor for the Parkview Commerce Center, which pretty much they're there. The equipment are there, and it's basically just ready to start. Another project with the Somerton Heights replacement and street improvement is ongoing, as I mentioned, similar to the water and wastewater. Final design for Parkview Avenue is pretty much also completed. We have some conversation with the high school about school design for roundabout or some issues, but it's gonna happen. We're working on it. Design for Somerton Avenue, Main Street traffic signal and upgrades and left turns. This is finally
Thank you.
design is completed. We're gonna pretty much replace the traffic signal and adding a left turn.
Sam, was this, that intersection also taken into account with our Somerton redevelopment?
Correct.
Yeah, are we following that same design, same,
Exactly.
okay.
Yeah. Actually, we hired Ford, which is one of our consultants that downtown redevelopment was designed by J2, and J2 subcontract for the civil and for the traffic signal. So pretty much we are following.
Yeah, we want to make sure we're going to redo the work.
And it also taken into account the Circle K project, so everything that we asked, for a turning lane there, and
I don't think it impacts any of
I
that,
don't think that's
right?
going to impact, because if I recall, Circle K project will be
More on the Somerton.
more on the towards kind of.
Yes, correct.
okay.
Yeah.
So everything is
Yes, the corner is.
coordinated.
We have plenty of right away there.
Okay.
The final design for State Avenue, reconstruction project, drainage and reconstruction project. This is, State Avenue from Main Street to Fulton. It is already completed. We're gonna narrow a little bit the State Avenue, adding 8-foot sidewalk on both sides and pedestrian lighting. Because State Avenue is so wide. We have a lot of issues with the drainage. We purchased a lot about a year ago. We're gonna be built a retention basin, drainage, and improvement gutter and sidewalks. This is gonna be pretty much as an alternate route for the middle school kids, because as you know, all those kids pretty much walk along Somerton Avenue. So we have a lot of traffic on Somerton Avenue. Our plan is to provide an alternate route for them to be more safe, to walk more safely. So that's why we are incrementing the sidewalks to 8 foot and adding pedestrian lighting. We also hire a new street maintenance worker for the streets department. We completed the pavement preservation, Praxio. We have our contractor, American Asphalt, to be here maybe within the next 2-3 weeks to complete the slurry seal. 2015 Padwood project, this is already in-house. Our streets personnel is going to hopefully complete this within the next 2-3 weeks. And Parkview Commerce Center is ongoing. As you know, we are working hard to finish this project. Pretty much it's almost done. The only pending item now is the sidewalks. All the utilities, all the underground, curb and gutter, the pavement is completed. Our future projects is Somerton Heights water main replacement and the streets improvements phase 2. West Main Street solar lights conversion. This is a rollover project for this year. And the Main Street redevelopment plan, which pretty much everybody knows, is the redevelopment from Main Street from Somerton Avenue to passing City Hall on State Avenue. Next slide.
Sam, I just have a quick question there on the future projects. What about those, low cost big impact? I know, there on Bingham, there was that bike lane. There's a bike lane, but then it kind of stops after, it doesn't continue. What is it?
I think it was great, no?
Marvin, no?
Bingham from Garvin to Main Street with a bike lane.
Yeah, is there a plan to just, complete that?
It can be. My concern is, as you know, if I'm not wrong, the bike lane is on the east side only.
Yeah.
East side only because on the west side we have a lot of driveways. We have residential. For safety issues, that's the reason why we stripe the bike lane on the west side. And it happened the same on the going south from Garvin to Valladolid or 12th Street, or all the way to County 17 actually. We have a lot of driveways or properties residential on the west side.
Okay.
We can stripe, again, continue the striping on the east side because we have, those properties are basically facing south and north. So yes, we can definitely extend the bike lane on the east side, all the way to County 17. But leave without striping on the west side, again, because we have a lot of drivers.
And I think that was on hold because we were waiting on the finalizing the drainage, the south drainage.
It is planned, but as you know, Yuma County installed the drainage site.
I think if anything, it would help if you shorten those driving lanes because it acts like a traffic calming. You know? Because over there, the Bingham, the cars go and just fly. So if you reduce those lanes, then it calms the traffic.
And the last slide is the fleet maintenance. Currently, the fleet maintenance division is where some changes. We need to have some changes. There is among these changes will be the service request ticketing system, the auto park delivery, scheduling of a required vehicle service, and maintaining our accurate inventory. We'll also ensure every time any department needs assistance, and we'll receive it in a timely informational manner. We're kind of reorganized this department. We provide trainings. We also have the software, iWork, that is pretty much is going to assist us, assist them, and assist all the departments to create a ticket. So we are making some changes on this department to better serve our departments.
I think I will let you also know which departments are being served and correct that way. Huh?
The software is there and the trainings are there too.
That's good.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Sam.
Sam. And just want to thank Sam for coming in.
Living on burritos.
Yeah, we paid him burritos. He's good with that. So.
He loves Somerton.
Yeah. But before we go, I just want to recognize. I want to thank Andrea for putting yesterday and today. She's been scheduling everything. Working with the staff and other staff, IT and other, people have been helping out, but she's been leading this, all the logistics, so thank you very much.
So then you can come for a break and then we can.
Well, if we could just have finance really quick and then we'll do the break, Mayor, if that's okay. 5 minutes.
Intenso.
We can have 5 minutes.
5 minutes. All right, 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Go. Hold on. It's 4:59, Rosa, now.
She would just like to update you on the budget and kind of just some of the things that if you have questions, you can help.
So currently, we continue to work on the budget. As you're well aware, we're facing many challenges this budget year. This happens to be statewide. Inflation continues to rise. We're taking more of a conservative approach when we're budgeting this year and prioritizing items because we feel like there's going to be additional opportunities that are going to come around in the future. Some of these opportunities may be such as buying up farmland. I'm noticing a trend between billionaire investors around the country that are buying up farmland for some reason, and I'm trying to figure out why they're doing that. And because we're going away from the U.S. dollar as the global currency right now, there's going to be a lot of changes in our economy next year, and we don't know what's to come. And I feel like a lot of municipalities are currently dealing with these challenges. We're keeping a close eye on our revenues and our expenditures and looking for as many grant opportunities as possible to assist our city in case another pandemic were to come. We're just kind of preparing for the future right now, but the budget looks great. It's going to be a lot bigger than prior year, I'm thinking, because we're doing a lot more CIP. And I want everybody to try to have an open mind because all of the money that we're putting into these CIP projects right now, you may not see the rate of return right away. Sometimes it's going to be after the fact, but they're very good projects, very good investments that we're doing here at the city. Any questions?
Rosa, just on I don't know if you've gotten it, is the tax revenues, how's that looking?
Sure, yeah, that's been a tricky subject. The reason I say that is because I noticed during the pandemic, there was a decline, a huge dip in our tax revenues. We will provide ARPA to kind of offset those losses. And I noticed that the little cities in comparison to the larger cities around Arizona got impacted the most. This year, I'm kind of just reaching out to colleagues and kind of observing what other directors or what kind of approach they're taking to prepare for this item because, like I said, we can shift, especially with the price of fuel as well. I mean, with the price of fuel being the second highest in the country right now, it's going to be a lot more money to transport goods around the state, and which is going to cost our residents a lot more money, and for us to get supplies, this is going to impact our projects. They're going to be higher in price.
Any more questions? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Break time, Mayor?
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break.
Look at that. Manny and Ernie, we know them, but they were just covered this running. And they're here to present, kind of educate us on our history. Thank you, Mayor.
¿Paramos o qué? ¿Vamos a ir?
Yeah, pues tómenlo aquí, ahorita los vamos a, we're gonna cover the presentation on the screen. And, we're gonna, and the reason we're wearing gloves is because we're handling some documents that are over 100 years old, and any grease from your hands can help deteriorate them with time, so.
In other words, don't touch
Es
it.
por eso. We have a quick presentation. We want to talk to you guys about what we're about, what our mission is, and what we're doing to preserve Somerton's history. A little bit of what we have. We don't have time to talk about everything. We're just going to go over some important dates, tell a few stories, how Somerton, from the beginning, had political conflict. Somerton was known in the early 1920s for having a case regarding one of our ordinances go all the way to the Supreme Court. and it was a religious issue. So Judge Figueroa was gonna tell about that.
Oh, there was no.
Yeah, we hope you enjoy this. We're gonna start then with,
Still continues.
Still continue. That's from 100 years ago.
a lot of people thought.
It was his grandfather.
A lot of people thought, political conflict started in the 90s with those ladies. I won't talk about it. But no, it's been here forever. These are just a few slides. And then we wanted to showcase or show our Facebook page, but we're gonna let you guys do it on your own time. We hope you follow us on Facebook or.
It's under Somerton Historical Society?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We have a whole bunch of more information there. We also help manage the Somerton Go Through the Days page.
Yeah.
You know, they also share a lot of stuff in there. I'm gonna let Judge Figueroa also tell you, his vision for the historical. Do you need this, Judge? No. You guys mind?
No. I did karaoke last night.
Peso pluma.
Peso pluma. Una cantamos peso pluma.
I was asked recently why my interest or what my interest was with the Somerton Historical Society. I had a personal experience, I would say about maybe 14 years ago at the court. We have audits almost every year. About 40, 50 years ago, we had a major audit, and the Supreme Court sent their auditors in, and everything went okay. But one of the questions they asked was, we had old docket books in our back storage room, and I never forget the lady's expression, but what are these? And she was about 30 or something. She was, what are these? I go, they're docket books. What? Docket books? What are you doing here? I go, they're part of history. They're part of. She wrote down. Okay. So anyway, at the end of the sessions, one of her items that she found was that the court was keeping records way beyond the retention schedule that we have in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has a retention, so it tells us how long the records should stay in the courtroom. She goes, you're only in violation close to 100 years. She said sarcastically. So she goes, so what do you recommend? He goes, get rid of them. Get rid of them. I go, you mean like turn them over to the Supreme Court? No. Destroy them. Who needs them? There's no legal reason to keep them. And I didn't argue. I just said, okay, we will get rid of them. They were supposed to come back 4 or 5 months later to catch up on the things that we needed to correct. And so we literally hit them. I mean, this is kind of sneaky, but we took them away from where they were at. We put them into a different storage room, so that first half of the day when they went to that one, it was clean, and the next day we put them back where they were supposed to be. So we're kind of playing hide and seek. I didn't want to get rid of them. I just thought they were too valuable historically, not legally, but historically, for us to get rid of. And that's when, right around the time that I started talking to Ernie about Somerton's history. I mean, you look at these books, I was just talking to Carmen, there's docket entries in one of the books that I brought from July 1899. There's a docket entry for an individual, and it was probably a Native American, because back then they used their Native American name, their Indian name, pues no lo sabían bien, so all of them would be John Doe 1, John Doe 2, John Doe 3. So some John Doe got charged with, laundering, etc. But back in July of 1899, even before the state obviously became a state, it was a territory. And I mean, you find, I was looking at it last night, I couldn't get up, I just, different kind of cases for a judge. I mean, it's interesting. Someone getting cited for leaving their horse untied, they got charged 5 bits. I don't know what bits is. Does anybody know what a bit is or how much? I don't know, 5 bits. But how can you want to get rid of that? So anyway, we have common ground. I have common ground with Ernie and the other members of the society that we want to preserve the history of Somerton, the history of our people, and that's how we got started.
We feel it is important to motivate, and I'm trying to patronize, but we feel it's important to motivate our leaders, folks in this room, so that if you guys show interest in preserving history, then it will get done. Otherwise, without the assistance of the municipality, this is really not going to go anywhere. You know, we can do as much as Judge and I. You know, we need to buy stuff to preserve things, and you know, we pay for it ourselves, which is fine. We don't mind. But it's going to get to the point where, you know, we're going to need perhaps a building or where to showcase stuff, where people can go to learn how to preserve their own family records. Ms. Roldan, you know, you have a lot of activities, Parks and Rec. You know, we can also incorporate an activity, a workshop for families, show them how to, you know, keep their records, how to save their own pictures, or, you know, give them the avenue if they don't have any value to them, you know, how to turn it over to us. You know, that's our point, to hopefully show you guys the value of this and get your assistance.
We're kind of piecemeal right now, obviously. The 30-something books that we saved from the court from being destroyed, I needed to get them out of the court. Obviously, we don't want to be engaged with the Supreme Court. So unfortunately, my sister, my brother-in-law have a storage area. They allowed me to keep them there secured until we find a place to put them for the society. But obviously, we need to be able to incorporate all that information into one area for the city of Somerton. I think in terms of our younger generation, it's important for them to be able to visualize old stuff and not just go to the computer and type in history of Somerton. They need to be able to. And Ernie and I were talking that we would love to later on, Erica, is to have like a little workshop where we bring families in and say, this is what you need to do. This is the family tree thing, and you know, we'll even digitize their pictures so we can preserve forever on the system and help preserve.
That's our goal, to help preserve. Facilitate preservation of history is our number one goal. As you guys know, the Arizona Administrative Code through the Arizona Revised Statutes has rules on what to do with public records. So the state library is the one in charge of setting those rules and making sure folks do those things right. You know, you need an affidavit of disposition if you need to get rid of something. If ever the city has something they feel is of value and the time has run out and you have to dispose of that, we are going to be the avenue for you guys to either, you have to dispose of it. It has to be reasonable and prudent. Either you shred it or you can give it to us. If we find value in it, we'll keep it. We'll catalog it, and we'll keep it for perpetuity for everyone to see, right? If it's, you know, ledgers of, you know, financial records that are probably not as exciting as other stuff, you know, we may not have the need to keep them, unless you're a hoarder like me, I want to be very. But, you know, like the judge is saying, you know, he's got the book from territorial days, literally, from when we were a territory. So, that's very exciting. And we're glad he had the sense to save all these books that were going to be destroyed.
And as you know, back then, the judge was the town clerk, the judge was the coroner, and the judge was there was another thing that he did. I forgot what it was.
He did all the building.
The clerking house building. So the judge back then would do everything. So fortunately for us, his records for other stuff other than being a judge were kept in the court. He just left them there. They left them there, so that's where they're at. But I found the very first ordinance, I'm not going to say, but very first ordinance ever written for the city of Somerton. It's in this book right here. But anyway, go ahead.
We're going to go over that in a little bit. So we're going to start with our presentation. This is a very short presentation, but we're going to go over some other things as well. How it all started. Somerton started because a group of folks needed a town site on where to provide services. Okay, as you realize, back in the day, homesteaders did not live in town. They lived at their homestead, in their farm, in their 40 acres, you know, whatever the homestead was. but, you know, they needed a town. A lot of folks came here after 1854, after the Gaston Purchase or Gaston Treaty was finalized, and bought some land from the Colorado River, or the Colorado Land Company. Have you guys ever heard of that? It's an old company that sold land in this region. Anyways, they bought a fake land grant from some few Mexican guys that claim, you know, oh, we got a land grant from Mexico for the treaty, so we're gonna, you know, have all this land. And it was pretty much the old border, which was, you guys know what the old border was before the Gaston Purchase? Well, it was the Gila River. That's where the border was. The Gila River all the way across into, stops at, the confluence is at about 4.5 E in East County 7th Street in the Gila Valley. Well, if you just make an imaginary line, all the way towards California, that's where our border was. You know, all this was Mexico. So when that happened, these guys wanted to make money, so they started selling land. Well, no longer exists. But there was a court specifically for land issues. They invalidated the land grant. So there had to be, you know, everyone was in limbo. No one owned the land reverted back to BLM. The Bureau of Reclamation, which is, you know, still an agency today. So they formed, you know, groups. They formed a civil league, they call it, and eventually all the noise they made, it made it up to Congress, and Congress actually took action on this, and they said, okay, yeah, that land grant is invalid, but we're gonna make a resolution and pass it to make sure that folks that have that land can stay there. So they kept it. Everyone kept their land for $1.25 an acre, which was a deal. But what was horrible is that they had already paid somebody to someone. So, but at least they got to keep their land. The Civil League, as they called it, eventually became the Somerton Civil League, was formed to incorporate the town site. The town site was started to be developed. If you look even in the old city maps, who was the GIS person here? Whoever, I mean, do you guys have old maps still? Do you remember the 1898 plat? If you see in the old city map, it shows what the original town site was. And of course, the Bureau of Reclamation approved that because homesteaders can have their land, but then they also have the right to have an area to congregate and to conduct business, and to have stores and a doctor and whatever. So that was that's why Somerton exists.
What year was this?
1898 is when it started. Of course, you know, it was still a territory. We actually belong to Doña Ana County in Mexico, which still exists. When a group got together to discuss incorporation, there was kind of two factions in town. F.E. Elliott was a person of Jewish descent who opened the largest tractor dealer in this side of the Mississippi, and guess where it was in Somerton. The building still exists. Ace Hardware is there now. F.E. Elliott had a lot of connections, not only in the Arizona territory, but in California. The other guy was a Baptist preacher who built a really nice church. It also still exists. It's in the corner of State Avenue and Spring. You guys remember the Baptist church, right? That's still there. So those guys, both of those guys, were part of the Civil League. There was a discussion of what to call a town site. There was an old captain from the Civil War that came to Somerton because his wife was ill with tuberculosis and she needed, I guess, this climate, which is why a lot of people came here, for her to survive and get better. His name was Aaron Yoakum. Captain Yoakum suggested, well, let's call it Somerton. That's where I come from, Somerton, Ohio. And everyone said, okay, sure, whatever. So Somerton, Ohio. If you guys Google Somerton, Ohio today, it still exists. It is actually an unincorporated community in Beaumont County in Ohio. So that's still there. This is, if you guys ever want a copy of this, we have it. The Algodones land grant and how it was invalidated, and Congress protected these people. There's more to the story. The Attorney General at the time was like, no, hell no. That's 125, no, we need to charge more, and he tried to fight it, and it didn't go anywhere, the people won. political conflict. We're talking about F.E. Elliott and Preacher Williams. Well, after they decided, okay, yeah, let's incorporate. Elliott, who was the chairman of the Board of Supervisors, there was 3 supervisors at the time. For Yuma County, by then we're Yuma County. F.E. Elliott was the Board of Supervisors. He had a group of people which included Yoakum. And then Williams, the Baptist preacher, included himself and Ham and McRae, all the people that went. Well, the Board of Supervisors got 2 sets of council people. And they're like, we're not going to decide. Of course, Elliott, kind of had to recuse himself. So then one of the Board of Supervisors, Hopkins, said, okay, let's send this back to, he instructed the clerk of the Board of Supervisors, go have an election. They had an election in 3 days. So they gathered all the people that could vote, which were landowners in the Somerton area, and they voted, and the first council elected was actually Williams was part of it, Ham, Charles Martin, Sam Franklin McRae, and then C.H. Miller was the first mayor. Until, I'm not sure when, you may know this mayor, whoever got the most votes was the mayor. There was no mayor elections. And I'm talking, this probably changed in the 80s. When do you think this changed?
80s, yeah.
It was in the 80s. It was the 80s. So in the past, whoever was the most popular person, that person got to be the mayor. So that's how, obviously Mr. Miller's family brought the first home switchboard to Somerton. They eventually had the first modern hardware store on Main Street. So they were important people. Age of significance. F.E. Elliott was friends with the Cocopas. F.E. Elliott was friends with the Cocopas because he had a lot of land. And he had his land cleared by Cocopas. Indians were the folks who worked hard to clear the land. You see farming land everywhere. It wasn't like that. There was rocks, there was mesquite trees, there was anything and everything you could see in the desert. That's what it was. Cocopas made it what it is today. Fertile land. In September 27 of 1917, F.E. Elliott helped the Cocopas through a BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs process, helped them become a recognized tribe, American Indian tribe in the United States. In 1927, President Woodrow Wilson signed an administrative order making the Cocopas an official tribe. Yes.
Which is important, that the tribe actually became recognized even before the city of Somerton.
That's how much power F.E. Elliott had. He was a very powerful man. And his family is the Elliots and the Livingstons, who are builders now. They used to be farmers. They're still around. Judge Figueroa is going to tell you a super cool story about him later. May 27 is when the results of the election came back to the Board of Supervisors, and the Board of Supervisors decided, because that was the process at the time, to incorporate the town of Somerton. So this is when we became officially a town. I've been struggling with city staff, no offense intended, to recognize this date because there's nothing done. We don't even mention it on the city page. When we became a municipality, it's never mentioned. We have the Somerton Days, some other days. Who remembers Mr. Kempton? And in the summer, what did we do? Eat watermelon. He used to bring all the watermelon because regardless of the heat, we celebrated the Somerton Greater Days in May. Remember that? And then Judge Fromfelder, and they would do this and that and whatever. We changed it, but at least if we're not going to celebrate, in May, at least I feel we should mention it.
It's going to be done this year.
To make sure that something is done on that day. CLE 27, another near and dear date for us at the Historical Society is September 27. September 27 forever transformed Somerton in the region. This was the day that the first braceros came to Somerton, arrived in Somerton. The last one just recently passed away in that group of 122. The last one, some moved away, some stayed and died. The last one, Mr. Cepeda. ¿Hace cuánto se murió Marta, de una en nuestra sociedad?
El Camante, no sé nada. No sabía que se llamaba.
Hace poquito. So he was the last one left. We got to interview him. We got to sit down with him and give us an interview. So we recorded several people. He's one of them. So he told us the story and how he ended up in Somerton. Another important.
Not that I knew he was gonna die, but I took a picture before that, because it's important to preserve, people who didn't know what he looked like, we put them.
That's it, don't take a picture of Manny.
Están matando gente.
This was our newspaper for the longest time. You guys see there, the Star, the Somerton Star was a very popular paper, including popular among mining communities in Yuma. Somerton was known for a lot of things. Their paper was one of them, and parties was the other.
Still known for party.
Todo el tiempo, la gente de Yuma se venían a los bailes, a Somerton, y a celebrar todo. You'll see something else here in a little bit. It rained in Somerton in February 1919. Oh, that should have been, sorry. It rained, and it gave them an opportunity to grab the scraper. And I have a picture of that scraper. With a team of mules, and they dragged the streets, and they filled up the potholes, and they called them something else. They called them chuck holes. It wasn't until March 1st of 1929 that we started paving some streets in Somerton. You may recall that even in the 60s, 70s, there were still some streets that were not paved. But it was on March 1st, 1929, this may or may not be in a Jeopardy game we're playing later. And that's when we started paving streets. We were so lucky to have paved streets in our era because the county engineer at the time, Mr. McLaren, lived in Somerton. When they got money to pave Somerton Avenue, which connected Somerton or South County with Yuma, they started at the Johansson Ranch, which is ahora la curva que decimos en Somerton Laucho. That's where they started paving all the way to Somerton. Mr. McLaren figured out a way while that company was here with that equipment to pave some of the streets in Somerton, and that's how we got it.
And it just happened that then he lived on the area.
Yeah.
So it got paved.
You know how it was back in the day.
Like the golf course.
In 1919, I'm sorry, yeah.
¿Se pega el don Chávez, creo?
Sí, Chavita.
2021.
¿Cuándo falleció?
No.
Yo no. Yo hablé con él como en 2018 y entonces no lo miraba.
August 31st.
Oh, wow. I just heard he died a little bit ago, but we interviewed him like in 2018. In 1919, Somerton was so popular with parties that, again, F.E. Elliott, somehow got the county to have the fair in Somerton. So, one time ever, the county fair was in Somerton, or other than Yuma, in 1918, and it was in Somerton. He also invited the governor at the time. Governor Campbell accepted his invitation, and he came to Somerton. So, he was there. This newspaper article talks about that. The governor was very impressed with Somerton and what they did on Main Street because it was just impressive, the amount of businesses they had on the Main Street.
That's when Mesa was incorporated. He said,
Unit B? Unit B opened around the same time. Secretary of State Franklin, that's another story that I love because yo soy de la Mesa. Es cuando empezaron a dejar vender tierra en Unit B land, which is up in the Orange Grove area and anything surrounding it. So that's how that happened. Something totally different.
It's the rules.
Just keeping on with talking about important dates. Chief, is there any unsolved mysteries that you remember?
Yeah, it's still up there.
Okay, well, the first one, and very popular because it made national news, was this lady who was a seamstress, a very nice lady. Everybody loved her. Bertha McIntosh. She had a shop. It's a parking lot now, but it's on the south side of Main Street, and it's the Kumbaga property. That parking lot her shop was there. And no one ever knew, and it's an unsolved mystery still in Somerton. So maybe you should open it.
They never found her?
They never found who killed her. And she was brutally murdered, and her body was savagely attacked. Yeah, it was very bad. Anyways, it made through
Son Elliot.
You messed up on the dress. I actually got to meet all these officers. This was Chief Wilbur. Chief Wilbur was a super cool dude. Lived in Somerton until his death. Do you guys remember the Hooker Shooting Palace, indoor shooting range? Yeah. That was Mr. Hooker. He was an investigator for the sheriff's office. And Emmett Bankston. Emmett Bankston was a deputy, a burglar detective for how many years? Like 40-something? 40-some years. I got to meet him too. Didn't get to work with him, but I was an explorer when I met him. He had a super cool knife, and then one day he threw it on the table, and it had the envelope. Whatever. He was still a cool guy.
There's even a personal touch. Mr. Hooker, who owns Hooker, used to own Hooker's Shooting Palace, where all the cops go in and qualify. His son married my sister, Rose Hooker. So
his house was a super cool house, and it had a basement. And did he have a shooting thing in the basement? And it's where Amanda's, or what's it called? Regional Center for Health. Yeah. That's where the Hooker home was for many years. That's it for that. We also want to touch on a few other things.
Also, these aren't the only pictures. We have tons of pictures.
Yeah,
we can go on for a whole week. But just imagine the history.
We know time is limited, so we don't want to go over. What time is it anyway? 11. Okay.
Ernie, do you only have a Facebook, or do you also have a webpage?
We only have Facebook right now. Yeah, so as soon as we get our 501c3 installed, we need one more member. The judge is going to talk about an invitation. I think he already made an invitation. If that person accepts that, then we will be ready to move forward with 501c3. That's what we want to do on our website. But for now, we have.
Ernie, and I know for years we've been talking about the old swimming pool area. The department says, Jim, I think that would be the perfect.
We're going to close with that actually. So yeah, that's going to be. We're looking forward to your support on that. And we have a plan. We love all our city managers. They've been super cool. But our current city manager has shown the most interest in helping us. I paid him to say this to the end. But we received a donation of a home built in 1919 that we have the ability to bring as part of a museum. So we're going to talk about that in a little bit. Speaking of historic buildings, the most historic building we had as property of the city of Somerton is actually the oldest bank in the Southwest. It's older even than the current county building, which was a bank. It was built in 1907, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Carmen, you probably know this date. And that was the old city hall. Does it belong to the city still or no? Yeah. That was kind of heartbreaking. But yeah, that was the oldest city owned by the city before it was sold.
At the ones are going to be.
Oldest building owned by the city. Yeah. Speaking of churches, now we're going to talk about churches. By 1920, there was 4 churches in Somerton. The Nazarene Church, which was on a church row. Where do you think this church row? What street? Still is, right? So the locals called Spring Street Church Road. Started with a Baptist church, and then the Catholic Church, and the Methodist Church. All are still there, but the Catholic Church is a facade. The original Catholic Church was O.C. Johnson's mortuary. O.C. Johnson was the undertaker for Yuma County. I want to say 50 years, Judge. He's signed since the late 1800s to like the 40s. He would sign or undertakings on death certificates. Well, he owned a mortuary which is on the property now, where the Catholic Church sits. And, of course, I guess we didn't have setback rules. Have you ever seen the Catholic Church? The original building was actually on the line, on the property line. It's not part of the fence, it's just a facade. But that was the original. Who remembers that? The church hall. Ya, ¿verdad? Lo tumbaron y luego ya hicieron
The new one.
ya estaba la de atrás como estaba el padre Memo, ¿verdad? Tumbaron esa para hacer la nueva. So anyway, but thank God, whoever thought of that is awesome, and I don't know who it was, but some people say it was Ricardo Lomelí. I'm not sure if that's the case. If it is, super cool. They kept the facade of the original mortuary, which the Catholic Church bought in 1919. By 1920, it was the Catholic Church. So that is still there.
He designed it. Yeah.
One thing that you'll know about us, we will not mention anything as a historic record unless we have to back it with. We don't work on hearsay. We don't work on a story when your Panchita said. If we can't back it up with documents, we won't tell the story. This is who remembers this book? Who remembers Sister Florentina Gregory? Super awesome, right? The eldest of the order that came to Somerton. I recently found out why they would come to Somerton. In the early 1900s, there was 3 sisters. I got this information from Mayor ANAYA, and I verified it. Not that I trusted Mayor. There was 3 sisters that joined the order these nuns came from. That's why they came to Somerton, because of that. So they did a lot in Somerton, including writing this book. This is where I learned that there was a Catholic church in Gaston. This is where I learned where O.C. Johnson sold the current location of the Catholic Church to the Catholic Church. So this book is super cool. It's falling apart, so it's on display, but unfortunately we will not let you handle it. But it has some super cool, Judge, I wonder if we could get a copy carefully. It's got some super cool dates and letters, actual letters from priests. This is a letter from the bishop at the time, giving a priest $500 in 1919 to find a church and go forth and perish. 1920, October 11, 1920. The first priest in Somerton was Father Luis Galarza, and he actually was a priest assigned to Immaculate Conception in Yuma before it burned down. There's a new church, of course. And that priest came from Yuma all the way to the border in San Luis, Colorado, because they didn't want priests. I guess Captain Carlos de Calles, who later died and came home from Somerton, by the way, in a casket, obviously, would not allow any religious anything in San Luis. So he would baptize kids, he would do first communions right at the border on this side. I'm sorry.
Isn't that strange that in a Mexican city, it was difficult to get communion, to get baptized? They literally have to cross the border to get baptized.
They would do it right at the border. So by 1920, there were 3 churches on Church Row on Spring Street: the Methodist Church, the Catholic Church, and the Baptist Church. There was a 4th church built, but it wasn't until 1924 that they rebuilt the building, and it's still there. The Nazarene Church is still there, and it's on Gano and Union. It's still there. It was a nice, super cool church at the time. It was in the outskirts of Somerton, but they owed a lot of money. So in 1924, I believe it was November of 1924, we have the newspaper clipping of that. The Ku Klux Klan came and paid their mortgage. They just walked in, a couple of guys walked in fully clothed in their whatever they wore, and they had already paid the mortgage, and during a service, they showed up and they gave the preacher a free and clear deed of the property. So that's a cool fact. That happens. Have we had a bank robbery lately? So there's one bank robbery, knock on wood. I'm gonna do it for you tonight. There's only been one recorded bank robbery in Somerton. It happened during the watch of Chief Wilbur Wright. Not only did he catch the guy, but the story is super cool. So the bank robbery occurred. This is Chief Wright. He lived behind the bank. When somebody ran to the dispatch station, which was a WPA house next to the butcher shop, which later burned down. Someone ran over there and said, "Hey, they just robbed the bank." Well, the guy had left, and his wife, Mrs. Wright, who was a TA at the Somerton school, saw the guy leave. She didn't know, what it was, but she gave him the description of the bank robber. The guy made it all the way up the hill on 95, right before the airport, and he turned into the canal bank there. He had a flat tire. So he caught the guy. We have pictures of that. Check out we have a full story in our Facebook page. We have pictures of the letter from the FBI that he received from the original FBI director. The FBI gave him the suspect's gun after the case was disposed of. So his son still has it. So yeah, the only bank robbery recorded in Somerton was solved. He caught the guy and the complete news. So that was pretty cool. Who knows where the Somerton jail is? Because it still exists. Right there, cool, right? There's something very significant about that, and we'll tell you guys later. But that jail did not have a watchman or did not have a jail officer, whatever you want to call him. So it could never be locked. The municipality could never afford. It was locked at first, but then a few things happened, and a fire was one of them. And the municipality decided that they couldn't afford to man the jail, but they needed a facility to lock people. So they didn't lock it. People would just go to jail and they stay there because they would check in the morning, make sure they were there because, ¿cuándo se van a ir? Si no cumples o te vas, you have to go back. So might as well, do it and stay. Judge Fraunfelder told us so many stories on this. The day we recorded him. Some of them are in the recordings. We do have a YouTube page. We have 2 uploaded interviews. Judge Fraunfelder and the late Ramirez. Benny Ramirez, who was the last surviving World War II veteran. Those 2 interviews are on our Facebook page, on our YouTube page. Judge Fraunfelder he was a natural storyteller, so check that out. It's super cool.
Real quick, one of the stories he told me is that he had incarcerated someone here, sentenced him to 10 days in jail, and the guy said, I don't have any family. He said, well, how am I going to eat? He goes, well, have your family been food and water and stuff? He goes, well, I don't have any family. And he goes, okay, well, this is Herman. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. So he goes home, tells Betty, his wife, yeah, I just threw someone in jail. He doesn't have any family. He doesn't have anyone, so I'm going to look for someone. And Betty says, I'll cook him up something. So his wife, the judge's wife, cooked up some stuff. And in the evening, during dinner, they woke me up a prisoner. So there was the judge's wife cooking for the prisoner.
Because he would already walk there. Every evening, he would walk over there. Him and Runner. Runner is also part of this presentation. His dog. They would walk to the jail to check on the guys to make sure they're okay and not fighting and whatever. Or no one's in there that's not supposed to be in there. Because así entonces jugaban cartas o dominó, Judge. Jugaban y no podían estar ahí, so he would ask him to leave. So every evening he would go over there himself, the judge, imagínate. Imagine, Judge, you go to the jail ahí a ver si están tus prisioneros. That's what they would do. The other thing that we wanted to mention about, how advanced Judge Fraunfelder was, really what a big heart he had. He took his dog to work every day, especially there when they brought the prisoners. There was no video or whatever, the deputies would actually bring the prisoners to be arraigned or whatever. And he would have the dog there like as a therapy dog. Dice que se calmaban, ¿verdad? Yeah. Like people would be upset and then the dog se les pegaba y lo hacían
When he told us this, when he told me the story, when I became the judge, when I replaced him in 1987, whenever it was, I walked into the courtroom and he said, literally had to go over, jump over the dog. So I told him, let's put the dog. And he says, oh, that's Ronald, that's the judge's dog. But he told me the story that, he goes, and there was no dog, what do you call him now?
Therapy, whatever.
Service dog. There was no service pet. He says, it just happens that he must have some kind of gift. He goes, when the prisoners come in and rowdy, they see running, they start petting them, and they shoot them. It kind of helps. And he said, that's my security dog, but in reverse, you know. So it's weird. He was ahead of his time. I said, man, you were ahead of your time back then.
The dog, Judge Fromfelder told us, after he retired, the dog would disappear. Some Betty or him, they were both retired. They didn't know where the dog went. And then we later found out. I don't want to tell the story.
Yeah, the dog went for 18, 20 years that he was alive. He would go to the court. He already knew where it was at. He was old. And we call him running because he wasn't a runner. He was. But so Judge Fromfelder retired, and then the next Monday we're there, and the girls tell the judge, look who's outside. He was there. So we let him in. Literally for about, I would say half a year. He would go 2 or 3 times a week. And we would let him in. We let him. So one Friday evening, he wouldn't leave. He wanted to leave. So I go, well, I don't know if he's going to make it back to the Fromfelder place. He's old. So I put him on my little pickup, and I drove to Judge Fromfelder's. Drop him off. He goes, oh, no wonder we couldn't find him. Yeah. So lo dejamos, and I'm taking off, and he's following me. So he goes, I think he likes you more than he likes me now. But yeah, we would have to literally.
He actually went to the court until he died. The dog. El judge lo dejó que siguiera yendo. So that was pretty cool, Judge. We talked about, you guys, there's so much to say about the school system. But the first school was actually a school district right out of Somerton. It was called the Gregg School District. Gregg was somebody's last name. We haven't figured out who. But the parents were tired of walking their kids or taking them on horses, whatever, to the school. The school was on Somerton Avenue and about County 9. Yeah, about County 9. So they brought the school to town somehow. The building, they picked it up and put it on whatever, and la llevaron a. Un día amaneció la escuela adentro del city limits. Then eventually that became the Somerton School District. So yeah, Gregg School was that building. We're going to talk about the. How do I not? Que no se mire el screen. ¿Cómo le hago? We're going to talk about the water tower. The water tower is, of course, the most iconic thing in probably the Southwest, not just Somerton. It's very near and dear to us. We're very happy with what some of the council folk have expressed. I never heard it from Mr. Galindo, so I'm happy that you also are interested in that. Making that complex area, our historic hub, right? So, the water tower. The water tower was thought of because other municipalities in this region were also getting water towers and wells drilled. One of them was either Raleigh or Calexico. Maybe Calexico. Yes, Calexico existed. I don't know if they called it that. But it's very interesting because if you see they have the same model. It was brought in about the same era. And they're the exact same tank. I think Calexico was randomly torn down after the 2010 right there. Anyway,
Yeah, the earthquake took it out.
yeah. I don't want to get dates wrong. I'm too excited. In June of June 26th of 1920, and we want to show you something that is super cool, guys. We actually have the contract, the original contract that the town, went into with the Southern California Drilling Company. This is the original contract that the city signed with this company to have the drill, or the well drilled. So this is. Es el contrato. ¿Lo pueden ver allá?
We'll have a chance to yes.
Yeah, everybody's gonna have a chance. So, the city came into an agreement with
Optical course right there for you.
So that's, again, we had probably the only engineer in the county, right? That's living in Somerton. So the city actually hired him, Mr. McLaren. We have his contract too. This is a contract the city signed to hire the county engineer to oversee the water tower project, to put it together, to oversee the drilling.
What year is it?
This is in 1920, 1920, right at 1920. Pero lo terminaron somewhere in 1921. So that's when they hired this guy. He was the superintendent of construction. There's another story that we want to tell about the water tower. Se llama Southern California Drilling Company. 1920 is the date. It's hard to tell the story without any. In the 90s, there was a city manager who went to this training from the state library about records retention. So llegó para atrás todo gun ho, and he had, this employee, ¿para qué queremos esto? Let's get rid of it, whatever. They did all the paperwork and they started burning stuff. At that exact moment when they were burning the larger stuff, which was maps, and they were about to put the water tower blueprints in the fire, and Leo Lomelí showed up, and he grabbed it. Digo, ¿qué estás haciendo? No, pues ya está la forma, la tengo que quemar. Hazle como quieras, yo me lo voy a llevar. And he saved it, so Leo's my hero. He saved it, and he still has it.
Yeah, he still has it.
He has the original blueprint for the water tower. So when you see him, thank him for that. He is also a history buff, and he will help in one of our committees. So important dates. Judge talked about the first ordinance, right, Judge? That's right. The first ordinance happened during the first council meeting, of course, which was in June 10th of 1918. And the ordinance was adopting the first town seal. I remember very clearly. You guys remember when the council meetings were in the old city hall? Y estaba la puerta esa con el sketching del mapa. Yo me acuerdo, Dalton era el mayor. Imagine how old I was then. But I remember walking by, estaba la council meeting y me interesó. Y luego me acuerdo que la puerta estaba abierta con un de esos sellos. And I wonder if that was one of those seals. Probably was, because it looked super old. But entonces ya me gustaba la historia. So I wonder if that wasn't that seal. And what goes with this, before we go to this what we feel is a fun little game, what is not relevant to some folks now, today, may be historic one day. I'm not saying be a hoarder like me and save everything, but consider what we have. Una patrulla vieja, chief. La bombera que traía el barrel. Consider saving stuff like that. And if not, consider replicating. Chief, maybe we can work together and find a little police car. Tenemos fotos del sello de antes, tenemos fotos que traía.
It's in Broward, California.
Hay una, ¿sabes dónde está?
Pero se equivocaron, le pusieron San Luis Police instead of Somerton.
Oh, wow.
It's in that old cloud museum.
Oh, okay. Maybe we can do something, special for parade for you guys to have and show and tell. La bombera ahorita no se también, que hacer como 90 y tantos, la vieja la Darrow. 80 something, but eventually it's gonna be super old,
Yes.
right? So consider, you know, pero ya mira una bombera, pues de esas bomberas de los 1900s, you know.
That's something I would like to do.
You know, consider something like that, chief, you know, consider, you know, finding an old police car to replicate what they had back then, and council, consider, you know, preserving property, that's what's important. You know, other municipalities, you know, they're gonna get rid of an old church. We were just in Prescott 4 years ago for a conference, for the ASC conference, and we saw how they bought an old church that they were gonna destroy. They bought it and made it into a community center. Yeah, we may not have the same funding as other municipalities, but stuff that we already own, please consider saving it. Even if it's not cost effective, it's not about that. Even if you have to invest in it, consider saving it for history's sake, is what we're saying. And that's our message today before we go into this. Who likes Jeopardy? Who likes to play Jeopardy? Before we go into our Jeopardy, there's one, Judge, I'm going to ask you to tell about F.E. Elliott and how we made the Supreme Court in the early 1900s. There's this one cool story. No. There was this ordinance que Williams, que era bautista, escribió que no puedes abrir las tiendas los domingos, no matter what. You can't open your businesses on Sunday.
And that's not exactly accurate, but that's part of the story.
That's part of the story. And so then the city made an ordinance. I'm going to let you tell the story.
So the city council, by a majority vote, not unanimous vote, decided that they wanted to give their residents an official day off so they can go mourn or pray or whatever. So it was a day of rest and also a day of go to their religion. So they haphazardly created an order saying you cannot open your business to sell any products on a Sunday. But as in any like in any kind of ordinance of that magnitude, there was exceptions. They made exceptions. They said you can open your business if you sell medical products, if you sell medicine, if you sell products for hygiene, and that was their rationale was, well, I mean, you can't stop all sales because what if you need to pick up your medicine or you need hygiene for, men and women, etc. So they started making exceptions. And so, well, sometimes that's the only time we can get a haircut. Okay, so they allowed their beauty salons and haircuts. So there was like 10 exceptions. So, and it passed. And immediately there was an uproar with other businesses saying, that's not fair. I mean, why? This is one of our highest grossing days. How can you just stop? I mean, people worked 6 to 7 days a week, but when they didn't work, it was on a Sunday. That's the day they went shopping. So he was cutting their proceeds, obviously. So there was an immediate challenge to that. They said, no. Elliott was on it and said, no, this is not going to go. Whether you have an ordinance, I'm going to continue selling my products. So the city immediately, I'm assuming it's not on the records, they talked to an attorney, and the attorney goes, you didn't do it right. So, and I don't remember the dates, but say there was on a Wednesday, they passed it, and then by next Tuesday, they canceled it. And that was because there was already a lot of protests, and they hadn't done it properly. And in order to do something like that, they would have had to have a special election.
The two Mexican merchants were also with them. Was it the Vasquez family and the Fernandez family? I'm sorry to interrupt them.
That's right.
Those were the two largest, other than the tractor stores. The two richest families in Somerton were Mexican families, were the Vasquez and the Fernandez.
And later on, we also found out there were some Orientals that were very involved with the business. But so they canceled the ordinance. They actually did an ordinance to cancel the ordinance that they had just passed. And they went back and obviously they got some legal advice. They said, this is what you have to do. You have to create a procedure. And then they said, well, you're going to have to put it to a vote. But not only put it to a vote of your electors, but you have to, what we do now when we do a referendum, where you have to actually create a little pamphlet, and it says, if you vote yes, this is what it does. If you vote no, this is what, we still have that law. That procedure was created back in the teens. where if you do a referendum, that you have to present it to the public in the form of a publication with the, real simple. If you vote yes to keep that ordinance for that long, this is what happens. If you vote no, it's right. So they didn't do any of that. So they went back and they created that. And once they had that procedure, they went ahead and did another ordinance. So they created an ordinance following that procedure. And so Mr. Elliott said, you know what, I'm not going to obey it anyway. I'm just going to challenge it. So he got cited for selling property or whatever on a Sunday. And he took it to the Superior Court. Superior Court in Yuma County says, no, the cities and the municipalities and counties have the right to establish certain types of days so people can go worship or rest. So then it went to the appellate system. There was only one appellate system, not a lot like there is now, but it went to the appeals court. The appeals court said, yeah, you know, it's historically, they brought some case law from throughout the country, and they said, yeah, the other municipalities have done this, so it's a little precedent. So then he went to the Supreme Court of the state of Arizona. Supreme Court kind of agreed and said, yeah, the municipalities, counties have a right to do that. During that time, of course, this is in the 20s, they can establish certain days off. He goes, but, the Supreme Court of Arizona goes, but what you did wrong is that you started making exceptions. You started saying that barbers can, that medicine people can, that candy people can, that, you know, and that is unconstitutional. You can't pick and choose, because then it could be playing favors. It could be saying, you know, hey, my brother owns a store, I want him open, but I don't want them open. So because of that, the Supreme Court says, no, it's unconstitutional, and you can't create that kind of a law. And when they went back, most of the laws that had been created in the United States in reference to these things had those exceptions. No one had actually challenged it. So, like Bernie said, why is it important? Because we actually created, it was state law, but it was basically something that everybody started following because they had to go back and redo all their ordinances. Or a lot of people say, well, we can't just stop selling things. You know, it's not like a COVID thing. So they went ahead and just did away with their ordinances. So I didn't know that, but that's very significant. I mean, I'm sure that in history places they say that case came from Somerton. It actually came from Somerton. So, anyway, I thought it was real. That was super cool. I mean, it was funny that it was, to me, funny that they created the ordinance like on a Wednesday, and by Tuesday they had already undid the ordinance. That quick, because they said, oh man, we didn't go to an attorney, and he tells us it's all wrong. And you can see the actual handwriting, that says, yeah, we did it wrong, we're supposed to go back, we're gonna go on, the state outlet should be cited, because, you know, we didn't do it right, so.
It adds to the excitement of the story, because we have documents that actually the story derives from the documents we read and we have in our possession. And the reason we wear gloves, guys, because any grease that gets transferred onto the paper only helps with the deterioration, and we don't want to do that. We help deterioration, and we don't want to help it.
You know, and I told you the story in, 5 minutes? There's about 45 pages of the appeal. I mean, so when I start reading that, I don't want to stop it. It just goes on and on and on, and it's real specific.
Who likes case law? Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to find out about case law.
But anyway, this is what they created after they were told they have to create a ballot. So this is the official writing of what the ballot would say. So it was included in these records. And
guys, this is the first SOPs of Somerton ever. Right here, you have them. Long to us.
I always thought it was the
only one. Still working on everything.
He said, Mayor, let us make some copies.
What's kind of, I guess, interesting is that the very first ordinance, as you mentioned, the very first ordinance that was created was to create a town seal. You know, I don't know why that was the most important thing, but they created a town seal. The second, and this is important, the second ordinance was to create the position of town clerk. So that shows you, and if you see all these documents, they're all signed by Judge Kavanaugh. I know him as Judge Kavanaugh because he then became the judge. But Mr. Kavanaugh, was a town clerk, but he signed every document. But that's how important the town clerk's position was. Even back then, they did everything. So that was the second ordinance that was created.
So the very first seal, how was it totally different than what we?
No, the seal they speak of is a stamp.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's,
I thought it was like the hand.
they
like
took
the
the
logo,
logo,
no.
do this.
The one that they were
It's
putting
not-
But later on it became that, but then it was changed. But later on it became the actual town seal, but then it was changed, historically. But it's always included, a river or the desert, et cetera.
So, I don't know, time-wise, I don't know what the deal is, but we're always.
15 minutes.
Okay, we're always, willing to, if you guys are interested, I know not everybody likes history, but if you are, if you get as excited as we do, we're here to help, develop something historic for your particular department, or just learn more about this, so you're able to know, you work for a municipality, let's know the history about it.
The very first bond that the city issued, bond, to get money, pardon? It was in 1920, when they decided that they needed it, and then, it was for $500, and that was to create the sewer system. It was $500 wasn't to build the sewer system, obviously, but it was to get people to start looking into the sewer system. So, in the notes, So, what's interesting is that when they created this bond for $500, you would think, what can you do for $500? But it wasn't created. It was asking so-and-so to whether to create a
bond. Del Councilman Rodal, ¿para ustedes es un crimen? ¿Está bien o no?
While he's doing that, some of you might want to ask your folks, my dad's not around, my mom, but sometime in the 20s, we did a contract, an ordinance that actually allowed us to do business with Standard Oil Company. When Standard Oil Company was becoming rich and famous, from the Rockefellers, of course. But sometime, somewhere, in the town side, they built storage containers, because I couldn't figure out from the right whether they were transporting oil from California this way or from the Gulf, from Texas this way. But Somerton was chosen to build some storage containers and obviously some pipes to transport oil. I'd never heard of that. No one's ever said to me that there was, but we actually have an ordinance.
We still have those pipes somewhere.
That's what I was thinking, but it was ordinance number 32 in 1920, allowing the town clerk to get into a contract with Standard Oil Company.
Ahora sí, ¿cómo me ayudas a volver a poner así?
Alexis.
It's gonna be really quick, guys. It's super short, but it's just a Jeopardy game. It is kind of like a mental jogger, just to see if.
Dale, Juan, para la historia.
In 1941, you guys created a city ordinance that outlawed outdoor feedings. So no more commercials outside. So we always say in 1941, because the city, remember, they created the sewer, and they tried to create so that they getting people to hook up their sewer. People weren't hooking up their sewer because that's expensive just to build a road. In 1941, so 1941, that's no more.
Another fun fact, Chief. The old city hall that was sold, el ceiling de metal que está prensado era de la Yuma County Superior Court that burnt down. Lo que rescataron se lo dieron a Somerton y lo decoraron su city hall. So we sold it, it's still there. Yo le dije a la vez un día que estábamos acá, me voy a meter y me lo va a robar para los otros.
No, one time I was selling like old suitcases.
Oh, también, ¿no?
He called me and said, hey,
don't know for the ceiling, I don't know.
Dígame, yo pienso que una.
Yeah, the copper ceiling?
Very nice.
Yeah, that was in the, that was in the Superior Court, and the Yuma County Superior Court, cuando se quemó.
Oh,
You know, they were
they used that.
salvaging it, and, yeah, Mr. Phillips, Rick Phillips, que trabajaba para Cine entonces, se lo dieron a él y lo pusieron ahí.
One last thing before you go. So, you know how history repeats itself. Recently, we went through a situation with COVID, right? And all kinds of laws were created immediately because of COVID. Back in the middle 20s, there was a position that was created because there was an outbreak of smallpox. And there was a position created in the city called health officer. I don't know if it's still in our books, but there was a health officer. The health officer was in charge, he got training, was in charge of recognizing smallpox and not curing anything, just recognizing smallpox, and he knew what to do to get it from spreading. So one of the same ordinance says to the public, to your constituents, if you show signs of smallpox, this is what you can't do. You can't go out, you can't do this. Does it remind you of anything? You can't do this, you can't do that, you can't. Okay. And if you do that, it was a misdemeanor. This say what class, but it was a misdemeanor. The other thing that it did is it allowed the health officer, if he got a rumor like, hey, so-and-so shows symptoms, he can go, he can go to your property and quote unquote examine you, and if he says you have, he would put a red flag on your property, and that way the post office guy, the milk guy that used to be delivering, couldn't go in there.
That was it.
So, I mean, isn't it kind of weird that, I mean,
Judge, what year was it?
1926.
This area is the most COVID infections between.
There might be some relation with that.
Yeah, that happened,
But anyway.
Agua azul, agua del mar.
All right, let's play some Jeopardy.
All right.
You guys, listen up for the rules. So,
Before the answer.
So Jeopardy is, for those youngsters who are in here, Jeopardy is played by, they give you the answer, you have to figure out the question.
And you have to respond in form of a question,
Who is?
or else you get disqualified. So the rules are, there's 4 teams, the teams against, can somebody be a scorekeeper, the números?
That can be a score.
Yeah. So whoever loses, the 3 teams that lose have to buy the team that won drinks. You know, soda pop.
No, que más ultra. Sí. Una chica sucia.
Nena, ¿cómo estaba?
The opposite of this.
No, that's a drink.
Who is the youngest person in the room? If you don't mind staying.
What?
Saúl.
How old are you, Saúl? You want to say? 28. Yeah, you're the youngest. Okay. Hey. And pink team starts. Pink team. So pick
Use the little ticket.
You gotta pick a category.
And a number.
The categories are history, timeline, interesting events, early town council, Somerton law and order, historic buildings, and the water tower. Those are the categories.
Let's just skip all the 200. Que no tenemos tiempo. Start with the 400 bucks.
So whatever you think you're more inclined to.
They will recognize.
Category?
Let's do 400 interesting events. Interesting events for 400. Bertha May was a screenless victim of unlawful crime in the 1950s. What was the crime? What is What is murder? Okay.
I'll say it.
What is homicide? Which is good.
Oh, no, hey, I don't want to know yet. Yep.
He did it.
Who did it? I know, yo ya sé quién lo hizo.
Yeah, we go back to the category.
Same category, 600.
Saúl, ¿por qué te enojas?
This Nazarene organization paid off the mortgage.
Hey, we got it, Galindo got it.
He has to read it first.
No.
Who was the Ku Klux Klan?
Ganó mi compa Cuco.
Blue. Ku Klux Klan.
Que Cuco con Paloma.
Pick another one.
David Jerry.
For 1,000.
Early town council.
Early Town Council, 1,000. An ordinance of the Somerton City Council establishing the town seal.
Mira, aquí la tengo.
What is the first ordinance of the city of Somerton?
This ordinance You gotta press the button. Hey, no porque alguien la abre y ya tiene que contestar ellos.
Anybody can answer, ¿eh?
Back to that. Yeah, anybody, pues, ahí tú tienes el buzzer.
Acá Galindo nomás que no lo dejas, no lo presta.
So let's do historic buildings for 400.
Historic buildings for 400. These three churches are on the 1920. Go ahead. That's Spring Street. What are the churches?
What is Somerton?
Southside.
No, these three churches are, ya presidieron, alguien más.
Subtract those points. Gotta subtract those points.
No, porque no se dio point.
I'm sorry.
Catholic, Methodist, and Baptist.
Ding, 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 ding.
Es lo que iba a decir yo.
They didn't say what is. Hey, they didn't say what is.
Oh,
Hey, they didn't say what
hey,
is.
Judge, you want to get technical or no?
Yeah, hey. Right, here we go, next one, you guys pick a category.
A ver, ustedes.
Ya se enojó mi compa.
Also has a photographic memory, so.
I'm not from Somerton.
Hey, but you were here in the room.
No, Law and Order 1,000.
Law and Order.
Oh, you got mad.
The unofficial mascot of the court.
What is runner?
What is,
Who is runner? What is runner? Okay. Cool.
Pero he was not a runner porque caminaba. Now give me another 1,000 minutes. I remember that. The mess.
Law and Order for
¿Cómo que
Law and Order for 800.
Nena, ¿para qué te enojan?
Due to the lack of watchmen, this is.
No sale.
Oh, you guys see the question?
not
What
yet.
is the jail?
Ah, no sé por qué no salió. Oh, ahí está.
That was what was it?
No, he didn't say Somerton jail. A lo mejor quiso decir Yuma o algo ahí.
A ver, ustedes. Law and Order, something Law and Order for 600.
Let's go both.
He located and arrested the only Somerton bank robber.
Who is,
Wilbur Wright.
yeah,
Wilbur Wright, that is correct.
No, esto no anda mal, anda mal.
A ver, ustedes.
200 for the water tower.
No, 200 no sirve.
Oh, 400.
400 for the water tower.
Marta,
June 26, 1920. What happened then?
who was first counsel?
No, the contract.
the blueprint. It was
No.
What is the water tower? What is the water tower blueprint?
No, ya perdieron. Es la otra. No, aquel estaba en la garra bailando.
Well, the other two have a choice. A ver,
Mira. Contract. Hey, what is the contract? You're the mayor.
El Javier sí lo dijo primero.
No, cuando la nena dijo esto, le queda
Cuando ella le explicó, ella
no ande picando nada ya. Póngase por favor bien.
el mayor dijo the contract, and then you went over there, lo dijo mal aquí, pero lo dijo bien el. No, pero yo le he dicho antes que yo la quiere dar.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's true. No.
Yo digo que mejor te lo des al equipo de ellos. Yo estoy ahí.
La judge que
No, me pegaba.
Okay. Who chooses? You choose. We'll do early town council for
Early Town Council.
No. Have a
June 11, 1918.
That was the first council meeting.
Yeah.
Hey, we're gonna establish council member holiday.
Yeah, a resolution.
Sí, porque puro que palante, Ya sabes
Para
que
library.
Somerton City Council.
I'm gonna call one no hair day.
¿Quién sigue? ¿Ustedes siguen, Bel? Yeah, pick one.
Dame historic building 600.
Historic building. This was the most historic building owned by the city.
Sí, se la tiraron.
Pink.
Acá ellos, finally.
What is the old city hall?
The old city hall, yay.
Pero en qué calle.
What color? Town hall.
Ah, ya agarraron los exámenes.
Pick a category, Carmen.
Vale, Carmen.
Historic building for 800.
Historic building for 800. This building was originally a mortuary built by old.
Galindo.
What is it?
Y compa, por eso ya que no sé. Y luego la mano más larga. El chicotazo.
Pick category. Seven.
Ay, no. La de 1,000, pues una vez.
You know it?
1,004.
Known as the Great Blank, what was this building?
First elementary school.
La nena. No, pero you know, los elijo lo último. Thank you, Manny.
That's not another category. It's not.
No.
This person saved the last copy of Leo
No, es Leonel. Leonel. No, porque la acta dice diferente. No empiecen a tirar cosas.
Flashback to Bowie right now.
Who has the best laugh?
Page 27.
Pícale. Municipality. When Somerton became municipality. ¿Sí? Compa.
Somerton became a city.
No, municipality. Incorporated.
What is your
Yo miré los articles
There you
about.
got it.
watermelon?
400. Watermelon day. Watermelon day. ¿Qué dijo watermelon day?
We're gonna do anything. Watermelon day.
A ver, ¿quién ganó? ¿Quién sigue?
Watermelon. Digo,
History time rents for 1,000.
Vámonos.
¿tú para qué te enojaste?
March 1st. Air blue.
First,
Page Street. First page. Page Street. Por eso le salieron cañas, no porque.
All right, next category.
Vale, otro 1,000, vámonos.
1,000 for
Interesting.
interesting events.
Ya no te voy a ayudar, compadre.
Bertha McIntosh was the victim of one crime.
Homicide.
Ya, eso ya no me habías dado.
No, pues ni modo, ya lo.
Sí, ya lo contestamos otra vez, dándole. Eso me like 2,000.
That's a double. Sorry, guys. That was double. You're right. Denver again. Otra.
800 for the early town.
Y vienes a agarrarlo.
What?
Early town.
Early council for 800.
Yeah.
Ese mató a la.
And the LW.
Ya.
Who was the first city council?
Oh, there was five.
Oh, no,
Clerk and mayor.
Oh, yes, it was. Eran dos miembros del city council. ¿Qué más? Union County Supervisor.
You didn't say that's the question.
Pero no.
No, pero go ahead. That's not the right one. Anybody else? All right, here. Read.
What was the first mayor? And the first.
I know.
No, diga.
Lo estaba diciendo yo.
What?
800.
Nena.
Pobrecito, estamos no ganando nada.
Dale chance. Okay, work if
you're sure. Si no.
Si no se callan, bien.
Ustedes ya pidieron todos los hijos.
No.
History timeline for 600.
Okay, history timeline.
What is it, short?
September 27, 1970.
Esa aquí la tengo, viejo.
So you know when it's
Related to our neighbors.
You know who was incorporated?
Related to our neighbors.
Isn't that when the Coca-Cola became,
Ahora digo el juez.
No. ¿Cómo que le pongo mami quién con pan? Pues no. Mexican, you get Mexican.
300.
Half and half. Half and half. Dale. Yo pensé que andaba rapeando. Yo pensaba que era Peso Pluma que estaba cantando ahí. Vámonos. ¿O sea, es lo mismo?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No, nena, ya pasó.
Interesting events for 800. Interesting events for 800.
Oye, ¿van bien, eh?
In 1919, this county event happened. What is the only Yuma County fair hosted in the city?
Saúl, pero ayer ¿cómo andabas?
Next time without rapping.
Saúl, te hablan afuera.
Something about a plan review that didn't go right.
Let's do the water tower for 800. Water tower for 800.
Sounds like Alex Trebek.
North
California Drilling Company.
Ya, acá.
Right here, blue.
What is the company the city entered a contract with?
For what?
For building the water tower?
¿No? Bueno, había otras cositas incluidas, ¿no? Eran tantas cosas que pasó en la historia,
No. Subtract those points. Yeah. Make sure you're subtract. Hey, the mayor just did that.
¿Sí?
It wasn't specific.
Yo digo que según lo hagamos remote.
Yeah, take another one.
The water tower, 600.
Compa. Ese mató a la...
What is the engineer that was hired by the city? Overseas.
Ese mató a la...
Yuma County Board of Supervisors requested this after having two incorporations.
Oh, la gente guarda.
Yeah, blue.
They requested a
Track those points.
a vote, no, like a,
¿Cómo se llama eso?
One, two, no, it's up to 100. 4, 5.
What is requesting to establish the city council?
No, Saúl iba bien, eh.
Here we go.
Cuando yo estoy requesting ahí, pero...
They have two petitions, so they told us first.
A proposal.
Fourth and.
Ahí en la P.
Les llegaron dos requests al Board of Supervisors. Go do the vote.
petition?
Proclamation.
It wasn't covered in the council.
It was the very first presentation.
Oh, look at it. Ay, Galindo. No. ¿Qué es guate?
This will be the last one.
Vale, pues esa, pues.
Last one, here we go.
We're not San Luis diciendo, we don't know anything about special elections.
Only three of these officials existed in the past, the first one.
Marta, dale, Marta.
What are judges?
Yeah, can you name them?
For an extra 5.
Memi Figueroa es Nahuana. No empieces. ¡Ah, sí!
I get 200.
El primer nombre you can pronounce it.
He couldn't get this one because he couldn't pronounce properly.
I want to thank Manny and Uri for coming today, give us a little bit of history and have guys on
¿De quién?
Hey, that was spelled.
Sí. Ahora no lo podía pronunciar. ¡Agua, Benny!
Ha habido 3 judges in the last 105 years.
We'll be announcing the winner after lunch.
Hey,
That's true. That's first female.
Again, they have some items over there, if you'd like to see. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll finish off the food, we can come back, lunch will be ready, and we'll do like half an
In
hour.
reference to the names, just in case you guys are asking, Judge Kavanaugh, it's pronounced Kavanaugh. Some people say Kavanaugh, but it's Kavanaugh. Because Judge Crawford said, Judge Kavanaugh pronounced it Kavanaugh. Just like the Supreme Court Justice in the United States, Kavanaugh.
The presentation. Mayor, Council, I wanted to present, the next one is IT, and I'll review that with you, just so, you know, we're doing the IT department, and something that's, I've asked Alexis Cruz, our, senior, technician for IT, she's kind of been taking over the responsibilities. And she actually put this information together, but, I'll go over it with you. But again, I just want to thank Alexis. She's been doing a great job. You know, main concern for me is access, you know, firewalls, protection for the city. And so that's something that we're working on focusing on, and also providing an efficient service through technology through all our departments to making sure and make it more efficient. So next, so we'll go ahead and start with the IT. Just a little bit of what I'm gonna talk about today, you know, about IT, the mission, and accomplishments, and what we're looking for in projects in the future. Again, you know, just a little bit what I talked about, that the department's gonna, you know, look at providing the highest quality but cost-effective support to the city in the various departments. Next. So again, the mission, you know, just we have the goals that we have is, you know, implementing technology, improving the process, you know, working with departments. So again, just to go over some of the things that we've been able, well, truthfully, Alexis and Christian, who've been our two IT people for the whole city, have been able to accomplish and work with staff on doing this. And so, you know, the City Hall network upgrade, the infrastructure cabling, a lot had to do with the City Hall, the cameras, the phone system, you know, remote access. That was set up, working with Verizon on standardizing the plans for us. The fiber internet access, faster speeds, better efficiency to be able to do that. So before I leave, Ernie, Manny, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Great job. And then, you know, the council chambers, the AD system, but we're still working on some other updates for that. You know, we're looking at backup systems, just a lot of IT stuff that she put up here that we take for granted, but it's supporting, making sure that, you know, we don't have people getting our information or having access to our accounts or anything like that. So Alexis and Christian have been working on that with the email protection policies and so forth. So let me know if you have any questions. Some of the projects that we're looking at is a second server for backup. We have just one right now, so we're actually currently looking into that, seeing what the possibility is for this, be able to do it this fiscal year, but if not for next. I think it's very important. If this goes down, we all, you know, the whole system goes down, so we need backup. One of the other things that we're also working on is an inventory system. This will track all our equipment, supplies. You know, that's something that the pool always asks us for every year. And so that's how we get insured. And that's how they base our premium on, is what we're being insured. So we want to make sure we're tracking everything correctly. And, yes.
What are we using right now?
We don't have any.
We don't have anything in place.
Yeah.
No, nothing was in place in the,
Just a spreadsheet in Excel.
Yeah.
But with this system, we were able to capture all the information of the computers, as you can see in the screen. What it is stated on warranty, how much memory the computer has, the RAM, and so on.
And that will tell you how often you have to change computers and all that?
Right.
Okay.
Alexis could do this, but I told her I'm not shy about it. But, so this is one of the things that, she's been working on. Security awareness training, again, one of the items I shared with Alexis is, there's a lot of hackers. So they're always trying to hack in, and I know we've all had an issue too of them trying to. And so Alexis has been focusing on minimizing that risk with just programs and also, in the future, reminding the staff, when they're online or looking at different things to make sure that it's secure. This one, you will have to explain, Alexis.
The patch management system, so for the computers, we need to keep them updated to reduce security risk. So having a patch management system will automate those updates and for updates for security and also for the software applications that needs those updates in order to continue working.
Thank you. Next. The camera system, one of the things that we've been working with Alexis is, sometimes we don't always have enough eyes or the staffing, so we want to utilize cameras or other types of technology to support us in that. So the cloud-based camera system, easier access and faster downloading for the system, and of course more storage and better resolution. So if they're needed, they're available. The network infrastructure is really going to a cloud-based network. We do have a lot of in the city we have a lot of individual servers, and so we're trying to bring them all together in a cloud-based so we can talk to them, or Alexis can communicate with them and also help maintain the efficiency of it. So
you can so basically Wi-Fi, right? You can log in and.
Right.
And this is a screenshot of the system we have already in City Hall, and as you can see, we have the switches, the wireless, which is the access points, and the cameras as well, all in one portal. So it means just one user, one password, instead of having multiple websites and users.
Okay. Next. I knew that.
So did I. I thought all you knew that, so and again, really, this year, I want to thank Alexis. She's taken the lead, and there was a lot of things that, we continue to improve in IT, and we will. Me personally, I feel it's very important to have a strong IT program, so we're going to work with Alexis on her division to making sure that, because it only takes one time for us to get hacked for something that would be not good for the city. So it's important to make sure, put this at the forefront. So. Yes.
Jenny, you said something about the second Windows server. We only have one. You said we need the other one, but we don't have the.
Well,
the money, or.
Well, we're looking at that's one thing we're looking at this fiscal year, and I believe we found some funding.
We can afford this fiscal year probably.
Because I think, it's something that if we go down, the consistent goes down, then we're going to be in trouble. So I think those are the priority things that they should be moved up, and we should look into that.
Like the hospital.
Yeah.
Like the hospital, tell me.
Yeah. No, and those are perfect examples of what our concerns are. But we've been communicating with Alexis, and we weren't sure about the funding, but I think we'll be able to. It was either going to happen this year or the next fiscal year was the priority, but we're hoping that the funding, I think, will be okay. So. Rosa's nodding her head yes.
Yes, because I'm not doing the ERP system with finance, I'm holding off on that project, and that frees up $200,000 for finance that I'm donating to whoever needs it.
That's why we brought you from Tucson, bro.
It's been AP for 5 years.
Yeah. All right, any other questions on IT and what we're doing? No? Okay, well, great. Why don't we keep it short and sweet? So now we'll have, Parks and Rec, right? Next, no.
It's actually gonna keep it short and sweet. That's, what's the over-under, right?
Whoever spent less time, we'll give them a prize on the
Over-under, electo, 10 minutes, over-under.
This is Hector saying, it was supposed to be for 10 minutes, if they only use 5 minutes, then we get those 5 minutes.
Just bragging rights again.
We only own by 2800.
I was gonna say good evening, but it's not evening yet. It's good afternoon. I'm Mayor and Council, everyone. We're very excited. I have Risa here with me. She's gonna be passing out some goodie bags, but you're not allowed to open them yet. So we're gonna have an activity at the end of the presentation.
Dang it.
Everyone. Where's the buzzer?
El Juan es bien desesperado, va a estar like.
Tell that to council member.
You can't open it.
Don't open it, I heard it say so.
I'm very excited to present Parks and Recreation. I was talking to Louis. For me, Parks and Recreation is a fun department. Why? Because we're the ones in charge of the special events. We're the ones in charge of making fun stuff for the community, which is recreational activities and everything else. So this is a picture of one of our parks, which is, who recognizes the park here? Yeah, we have Del Muñoz. So yeah, this is a great picture. This is our mission. We actually just changed it. When I started in December, I was reading I went through our website, through our portion, and I noticed like we needed something else there. So we took it out and kind of like created two mission statements, and we took it to present it to our Parks and Rec Commission, and we got their input. So we have a new mission statement. Somerton Parks and Recreation Department strives to enhance the quality of life for local residents by engaging them in community events, programs, parks and green areas. These areas not only provide opportunity for activities, but also promote a sense of pride and belonging in our local community. And that's something that I feel, pride for my community. I grew up in Somerton, so that's what I want everybody to feel. Staff and people that live in Somerton, I'm pretty sure we have that pride. We went over already when I did a presentation during our council meeting when we presented our capital project, so I'm going to be brief here. So pretty much you see the need. We have a council park. We need a fence there. Of course, why? Because we need to have more control of our special events, and also whenever we have recreational activities, we need to keep it safe for the children. You can see our community center needs some work there, as well as our marquee. I remember when I started working as a contractor, I used to start working at the senior center. I was in charge of that marquee. It was the old school. I remember that. So obviously we need to have one. I don't know, all the schools already have one in Somerton. So why Somerton don't have one? So we need to promote our special events as well as the projects that we have going on in our city.
Okay. You know, that one was donated by Cocopa Indian Tribe.
Nice.
They give us $77,000 for that, for the playground in Council Park, for the big bear at the pool, and that, so. And I think the scoreboard at John, so it was a donation.
And that was Mr. Roldan when he had hair.
Yeah. No, you thought much cute.
But yeah, we can promote, like you can see on the picture, our special events and videos. Okay, next one. We have a capital project. We have Centennial Park, fencing our Centennial Park. And one of the ideas is we had that presentation from the Historical Society. It will be great to have our museum at that area, which is what the old jail. We also have Perrycombe Park. We're working to get a grant, as well as the ADJOURNMENT. Our capital projects also, one of them includes our huge Christmas tree. So I already submitted that information, and we have 3 different sizes and amounts. Our vehicles, obviously we need new vehicles, new trucks. So
what's wrong with the red one?
as well.
We're gonna give it to the Historical Society.
And this is our team for recreation park supervisor. Everybody knows Rodney. Senior Center Site Manager, Recreational Coordinator, Special Events Coordinator. So one of those 2 positions that we're requesting this fiscal year will be an admin assistant. Why an admin assistant? It's very important to have a structure in a department, especially Parks and Recreation, because it's a big department. We have the Senior Center, like I mentioned. We have everything else, recreation, special events, so we all need help. We also have a Parks and Recreation Commission, so we need help with, minutes and create all that. So now I'm doing everything. So, of course, we need an admin assistant person. We also have in need of a maintenance specialist. We are trying to create this position. It will be a part-time, it's an existing part-time position to become a full-time. And this is just a map of the parks and retention areas. We currently have a company that is working on our retention areas. They're doing great. We'll be planning for next fiscal year with the Xeriscape.
And that's a comment that I had, that I see those projects and the council, we've been wanting and asking for Xeriscape for the last 3 years. We had a plan that wasn't implemented this year, so hopefully, those other, the marquee, the fence around the park, they're all nice, but I would much rather have those retention basin Xeriscape this year. And and this is why these retreats are good. I saw the marquee, which I think it's fine. I saw the fence around Council Park, but, we're getting ready to develop the land next to the high school. What if the council decides that will be our event? So I think we can have it in the CIP, but maybe not this fiscal year. But the priority, at least, that has been talked from council is the Xeriscape of those retention bases. And we had an analysis last year, and I don't know if you have the information, with a lot of the improvement districts were not balanced correctly. Some improvement districts were financing the other, and so it was a mess. And I don't know if that was fixed, but it's something I think that we need to look at.
So we're currently having meetings with finance and regarding this situation, but yeah, we're working.
Yeah, if I was a resident of those subdivisions, I'd be not happy because,
yeah, we are looking at what the costs are, the direct costs, and making sure.
And there's an analysis, so maybe we can find that information somewhere. But yeah, like
definitely do that.
Like my neighborhood, we weren't paying what and there was another that they were subsidizing the other. So and
that's what we're working with Helica and Rosan is that breakdown and making sure that what's expended, because yes, they're improvement districts and the residents do pay for it. So we want to make sure that we're doing it in an efficient manner, that they're paying correctly, and if there's any maintenance concerns that we address them, but that in the future it doesn't increase, but it makes it more efficient.
Yeah, and there were some others that they don't have districts, and those were like, let's just Xeriscape them with like the Yuma Gray or whatever, and something that, but there's a higher expectation for the ones that are under districts.
Yes, definitely. And just to let you know, the landscaping company that we have so far, hopefully you've seen the difference.
Oh, yeah.
Of the impact they've made. Now it's focusing on those xeriscapes to lessen the cost to the different subdivisions, in the future.
Yeah, and I think also, Louis, just for the future retention basins, for the future development that are coming, maybe we can have something already in place so they can already have the xeriscape coming in, so it won't cost.
And that is something, we can have Saul work on subdivision ordinance.
Because we're fixing this one, but the other ones are coming the same, so.
Right. And I think, not to get off topic real quick, but there is, I know that, Saul is very, I guess, what's the word, attentive to when there's subdivisions coming in and the opportunity not to provide more maintenance for the city.
Yeah, and that's very important. There's always a fight between planning, engineering, public works, and maintenance. Planning, at least for City of Yuma, likes trees and this and that, and then public works is like, no, they're the one maintaining it. So there's always, so we can, and I know it's hard, but if we can get maintenance staff together, so we don't make the developer plant all of this, because then we don't maintain it, and we see it.
And we definitely, staff agree with that vision.
Yeah, Carmen. And this is a perfect timing because community development is going with the zoning and subdivision code update. So some of these changes can be translated into the code with the assistance and the advice of the other departments.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, so we could start getting numbers on those xeriscape and a plan. I know we won't be able to do it all year, but.
I understand Rodney is working on it.
There was a 3-year plan, so.
Okay, we'll look for it.
Thank you. This is our recreational lease activities that we had for the whole year, fiscal year, as well as some of the programs that we have. We added some new ones as well. We added some cardio. I believe it's Cardio Kick. It's a free class that we're offering. And we also, I don't know if you're familiar with our social media, Facebook page, we're always trying to recruit more instructors for music, art, dance, everything. The next slide, please.
One thing I asked Louis, as far as is to talk to Lucky or Rizzo and see how we can help with the new high school. There's, San Luis had to drop their football program, so we could do something as a city, facilitate a Pop Warner team or something. I don't know. At least I would like to see successful youth programs. That's what Vice Mayor and I were talking yesterday, that the high school is doing a good job hiring coaches, but we also need to assist. I was talking to another person. It's not official yet, but he was going to be the golfing coach for the high school. So if we could team up with the Coco, and maybe have a summer league or instruction league for golf, and because it's going to create a lot of pride it starts with sports, and then.
And Mayor, just to let you know, we have been talking to Lucky, the principal at the high school in Helica.
Yeah, so I've been having meetings, Mayor, I've been having meetings with the football coach. I think his last name is Atherton or something like that. So we've been meeting. We're going to start with a summer program. It's a football clinic. So our goal together is to teach the kids right now, the students, before they start going to high school, how to play football, how to play all those sports that we currently don't have. And one of them will be, as well, it will be golf. So we're already working together with the high school, just for the information. And some of the new leagues and new activities, you can see them as well. We're also getting ready for our summer program. We're going to start in June, I believe. The first week of June, we'll start with our summer activities. We already have the plan. We've been meeting with staff, and everything is going to look, you're going to see the difference. We're going to be very busy. We're going to have kids busy as well offer different activities and a variety of things for them. And help the parents as well. Also, just to mention, we had a meeting with our recreation staff and our chair from our Parks and Rec Commission. One of the ideas in the committee is to bring baseball back. I heard they've been having challenges, so we're working on that as well. We already have a plan. We have some numbers there. So we're trying to get sponsors as well. So that's our goal. In recreation, bringing few programs, but one of them will be baseball and baseball clinics, just to mention.
You get the donation from finance.
They just gave us 200.
Yeah.
Don't be giving money.
I'll bring you a bat and a baseball.
I heard 200.
I used to be a softball player.
I have the numbers here. These are some of our art and cultural activities. I work together with our recreation specialists, and that's something that I want them to start doing is start promoting more activities, not only sports, but also cultural art for every age. One of them is escaparte, means escape, do art, and do like a wine and art night. But this will be offered for those moms that are only 4 or stay-home moms that they don't have a lot to do.
Or dads.
Or dads, yes. And to celebrate their birthday, so we'll try to do that once a month. So we're going to start doing that. And those are activities that they don't really cost that much, and most of them are going to be sponsored. So we don't really need that much money for our supplies. We'll have our piñata workshop. We will get together with Consulado de Mexico in Yuma. So they're going to bring everything, also the supplies. So all these are basic and simple activities that make a lot of difference in our community. The first guy is the what is it called? The
Stargazing.
Stargazing. Yeah.
Basic sewing, don't get murdered.
Yeah, we need to.
We already know who he is.
Book club is actually was a project that I was gonna start before in a different city. It's a book walk, so we're gonna get together with the library and invite our community to have a book walk day. So they're gonna come and read a book, but at the same time we're gonna place it at a park just to promote our parks, but also for them to know more about reading and promote reading. Plant Growing 101, it will be a class that we will offer for the kids, just for them to know about how to do garden at home and all that fun stuff. Surviving the Desert will be another one. Talent shows, summer camps. The open mic night is something mostly for any ages. We will do that at Council Park. Movie night. We'll be offering homework assistance programs. And then one of them will be live full banner competition. People or artists, local artists can submit their work, and then we can just, whoever wins first, second, and third place will have their own banner on the street.
Juanito can teach what happened. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
More and more activities, photograph class, poetry in the park, cooking, baking, kite workshop. And also, we need to start showing the kids about science, about what's going on in our desert, get together with the schools and do something, whenever they have their summer program going on, they can come and do field trips.
Hey, what's terrarium? Yeah.
Yeah, just terrarium. It's like
With the tarantula in there, like the
Yeah.
tank thing.
without fish. Without fish.
The sand and then the sand.
A los manos.
Not terrarium.
It's just like how do you say, we're gonna start showing something. It's an activity catalog that we're working together. It's a big project. We're trying to have it done by the end of this fiscal year. We pretty much have everything. We took pictures to staff. Parks and Rec already have their own section. So this is what kind of like City of Yuma does. They have an activity catalog every year. They promote it and they know what's going on, and then we're gonna distribute it to the schools school district as well. But this is very fun. It will be electronic and it will be also a hard copy. But it's something that we're planning. We'll have information about our activities, staff, everything, special events. So now we have special events, something very, very fun. So everybody has their own bags, right? We have the
Hi everyone, Mayor, Council, Department Head. So in the bag in front of you, it's gonna be a 101 kit of how to be an event coordinator. And for starters, I'm gonna invite you all to our first upcoming. So our first upcoming event is going to be the Battle of Chagada. So some of you will have a save the date postcard, which is one of our no marketing strategic that we'll start doing with events. And some of you will have a shirt, but that's an invite of our next event, which is the Battle of Chagada. And if you don't have one, we'll get you one. In order to survive in being an event coordinator, so in order to be an event coordinator, how to survive, sometimes it's going to be stressful. So some of you will have a stress ball. You got your right size. I got the sizes from Andrea. Don't worry.
Thank you for my photo.
Thank you for
that.
So this is a stress ball. Sometimes it'll be stressful.
we need one to throw or, I mean, to
at times, just like this little video game, sometimes if you have an idea of how things are going to be, you guys can have meetings and we have an event coordinated, and sometimes things are not going to go your way. So just like when you're playing Jenga and you're about to win and everything falls, as a team we get together again and we rebuild it. It is very important to have a calendar, checklist, reminder. As an event coordinator, our city is growing and so are events. The beginning of the year is a very busy time for events because we have events every other month. So this checklist is a good. At times you have to remember to just play. Don't take life too serious. We need to play. And at times, things happen and you're going to need a get out of jail free card. Mayor, you have 3 of them in case you ever. I couldn't buy
we're going to get to that, Judge.
I couldn't get a dog ring.
Steve, I need your autograph.
You approve it?
Get out of jail card.
Can you sign it? So we're going to start with 4th of July.
What's the new code? Scan code. Yeah,
so we're going to start with 4th of July. 4th of July, ever since COVID started, has been a challenge. Most and foremost because of the fireworks. 1 year, the first year of COVID, we decided that we were still going to have the celebration. Everybody stayed home and we were able to do the event from both parks. And then as the years go on, the fireworks became a challenge. This year is an example of that little Jenga game that you have in your bag. We only had one company that was available for the fireworks, so we weren't able to do 4th of July like Mayor and Council like to celebrate on the day of. The only way the city could have 4th of July with fireworks was if we celebrated on July 1st. So this year, 4th of July is going to be on Saturday, July 1st. In this next budget, hopefully, from the $200,000 that Rosa wants to give away, we're hoping to get $50,000 for the 4th of July. The 4th of July, our goal is to always just keep our residents. We have enough residents to keep our own. 4th of July is one of the events that we don't have to really worry about the marketing because our residents already know that, we always go big for 4th of July, like we do with all our events. Yes. The UTV is still a brand new event for our city. This is going to be the 3rd year that we're going to do the event. We don't, as a team, we didn't feel that we needed to increase our budget. The UTV is a very successful event. It brings a lot of revenue, so we maintained it at 40. The Art Festival is a new event to the city. Last year, the commission was the one that brought it to our city, and the commission has kindly given us the opportunity to take it forward. The Art Festival is an event where we want to celebrate our art, our community, and also take advantage of all the extracurricular activities that the city has to offer. Yes, ma'am.
Lisa, why did the commission hand it over to Parks and Rec?
Yeah, we had, one of our meetings that we had, they mentioned, we talked about events, special events, and they said that they didn't have a really good experience whenever they did it. So I think it was not allocated in the budget. It was just something, it was just an idea, which is a great idea. But they thought it was kind of like too much work. They're going to be helping us, but we're going to be the ones, you know, like it's going to be part of our event. And I think it's a good idea because we will have more control. So I think that's what happened. I was not here when that during that event, but that's what we're going to take it over. So they decided to do that.
The funding for this, is this also taking into account donations, or is it straight general fund monies?
Well, we're requesting the 5,000, but obviously
For the other events, because last year we had budgeted, I don't remember the monies, but it was together with the accounting for the donations that we're gonna get. So,
Mayor, real quick, what you see on the left-hand side was budgeted without the sponsorship, and what you see on the right is what they're proposing for next year for your consideration. These are just proposals, nothing approved. We'll still have to take a council for your review.
so that would be general fund monies?
Yes, that would be general fund money.
The one on the right.
The one on the right, yes. The one on the left was budgeted, but that doesn't include.
But are those funds carried, because we the funds that were in our books was together the sponsorship. So we carried the full amount for the general fund, and now we're.
Right, so we've taken out that.
So that's what I'm saying. It was like 100 and something thousand, and then in the budget it showed 220,000, but that was what was budgeted. But we ended up using general funds, so it wasn't very tracked, and now we're increasing it by almost double from general fund monies.
So you'll see.
Well, at least I would like to get some clarification, like if we can dig in.
Breakdown.
Yeah, because.
So last year, if I could clarify, my budget was 178,000. The Art Festival is a brand new event that, our Parks Director wants to bring in. So this is brand new.
I just wanna, clarify that we are not taking the funding that was supposed to be split, and now we're getting all the funds from the general fund, because it's a big hit for the general fund.
Yeah, and so again, we'll provide all that information to you, and we'll review that with the budget, and so that we get your feedback and how direction you'd like to go. They're just proposing what they're proposing, but at the end, you know, they can give you the breakdown and all that, so we can make a decision.
Yeah. All right.
Next, Lighting of Centennial Park. Our Lighting of Centennial Park, it's been a very successful event. That is a kickoff to the holidays. This year, we want to change it up a notch, and it's going to be hot cocoa with the Grinch. So some of those funds from the Lighting of Centennial Park, we're going to use this to buy a few free lights, just so we can Grinch it a little.
The presentation's a bit slow. It's too large, so just give it.
Oh, we can still read it.
So the Lions of Centennial Park, it's like I had mentioned, it's a very successful event. We're requesting the 6,000. Hopefully, we wouldn't be using all those funds.
And like I had mentioned, some of that money would just be to buy lights so we could make it a little bit greener. Every year we learn something new as a team, and we've learned how to keep our lights in better care so we can use them for the following year. The light parade, the $4,500 is really just to pay for traffic control. The only purchases that we do for the light parade is maybe buy our judges a dessert while they're judging, pay for traffic control, and buy the awards. The light parade is a very traditional event that is basically the kickoff to the Tamal Festival. And of course, Tecpalooza. Tecpalooza is an event where we take advantage and work hand on hand with the Humane Society, and we get them to come to our city, and to all those folks who can't drive to the Humane Society, they can just walk to the park and get their fur baby vaccinated. We educate all these fur parents on how to keep their fur babies healthy, and of course and foremost, our goal is for them to be up to par with our city, with the licensing and all that good stuff. Any questions? And of course, with the marketing, like we had, you guys will see right now, we're trying to make our marketing more attractive. This is the one for the Battle of the Cheladas, very nice and bright. And for the 4th of July, we're doing retro this year. Something that Angelica brought on board, and I think it's an awesome idea, is that going forward, we're going to have a sponsorship commitment form, so we can have that form that that business is doing a commitment in wanting to sponsor our events. Something that's going to help our events in working smarter, not harder, is to do an annual presentation, maybe do it in the beginning of the year when businesses are still planning on how they're going to disperse their money, and maybe do a presentation, and these businesses can go ahead and choose whatever event they want to sponsor, and then that way we don't have to be running around and trying to get sponsorship last minute. We're working hand on hand with social media campaigns where they help us push our posts on Facebook. The postcards that you guys saw, those are some of the postcards that we're going to be doing going forward with all our events. You get to choose the routes that you want to target in our cities, for the city of San Luis, Somerton, and Yuma, and we also let our community know of our events. Of course, street banners, PTO meetings, going with the schools and meeting with them. That's something else that we want to do. Let them know what's going on with the city, like for Greater Days Parade, do flyers so the kids can take to their parents and let parents know that we're going to have the parade and get the word out. We can't depend always on social media. We have a few parents that aren't on social media yet, so that flyer is also going to help. And last but not least, surveys. The Survey Monkey is something that we're going to bring forward. I need to get more up to date with technology. For example, for this year, the Battle of the Cheladas, we're going to do a Survey Monkey. People can take a picture of the QR code and they can vote for their favorite chelada vendor. Something that we also want to do is that we're always asked how many people go to our events. Maybe in every event we'll have that QR code going forward, and that may be a contest to it or a raffle. And then that way we can track how many people are going to our events. Because I'm always asked that question, Lisa, how many people do you think you had in this event? But honestly, there's so much things going on in an event that I really don't pay attention to that. I'm just paying attention to making sure that everything's okay.
You think it's 10,000, say 20.
Just to add, I don't know if you saw the word podcast. That's something that we just had a meeting with Louis and Saul and Vanessa, and one of the ideas is to start a podcast at the city. We already have the equipment, we just need to use it. And Saul is great, he has a great voice, so I'm sure he's going to help us. We had a brainstorm of different names, so we looked at other cities like Marana, City of Marana, Glendale, they all have a podcast. So why the City of Somerton doesn't have one? So we think it'll be fun. And we can promote our events and make it fun on projects going on in our city. But that's something new that is hopefully coming in the few years.
I didn't see Greater Days. We
Yeah,
have it?
I think you were there, but because we were having issues with, wanna go back to get it on. There we go, Painter Days
Okay.
Parade. The Painter Days Parade and the Somerton Food Festival is an event that we split.
That's in April?
Um,
No, April, March? February?
March, we did it in March this last time.
according to Irving, should be May 27th.
Oh, it's too hot.
Questions? The next one.
No, and I think just I know when Angelica started talking, just remember that PR or Parks and Recreation is the PR for the city.
Yes.
All the sports, all the events, whatever it is, it's the PR for the city of Somerset. So thank you for that.
No, and Ernie mentioned that everybody, that Somerton like to party, and it's still the case, and everybody knows that our events are the best, everybody, and we are situated right in between the county and the heart of Yuma County, that we've taken advantage of that. So, done a good job.
And just to add, when mayor and council look at the budget for events this past year, I believe you guys are gonna be very happy. We saved, a few thousands because of Battle of the Cheladas and the UTV block party.
Thank you so much.
And thank you to Finance for the donation too. Así como ellos, Play ball.
Yeah, thank you, but we have a surprise, for you. I hope you enjoy it. It's kind of like a recap of what we've done, what we're doing. We'll have more material for the next, budget retreat, but we just like to, end our presentation with a video that, we created. I hope it works.
Yeah, ahí está en el cine.
I have quality?
Yeah, it's good quality. Tirando dulces y putting the food in the live.
Go Cobras.
Huh? Can I turn it off?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Pégale.
Yesterday, right? Yeah.
Si le pega, no sirve. It worked with me when I was little, so. I don't know.
Always technical difficulty.
Oh, yeah.
At least one.
The video was really nice. Not at City Hall.
Okay, no more money for IT then. You open up to me.
No habla mucho, pero cuando habla.
El cuchillo, mira. Qué riquera, qué riquera. Se aventó la dominguera.
Chiquita pero picosa.
Ah, mira la otra. Hace una semana.
Yeah, one of the things that, Parks and Rec, I've asked Angelica and, Lisa to focus on is the sponsorship and really jumping up and, out in front of it to get more sponsors and more partnerships and like you see, that's what they're working on, so.
And also, I think, Angelica, I know, you got people that sponsored, but also, you got Louis that, he was a Parks and Rec director before, he has the knowledge, so I think, you guys, well, both of you guys worked together before, so yeah. You guys got this.
Let me share my ideas.
Huh?
I have that list.
Yeah, take his brain. No, se me hace que Haití no está haciendo muy buen trabajo.
Dice que si we're in City Hall, it would have been done by now.
¿Será que no?
Make sure we include wireless microphones for me. Also,
Karaoke night.
In the budget.
Pobre Ernie se nos anda cayendo.
And just to let you know, working with Angelica on the museum project, so we'll hopefully put a plan together to bring to mayor and council, maybe phasing in some opportunities there. We have the backside of the area that's used just for storage right now. And so we want to utilize that in the future, for historical, items and so forth. So make that really, an event venue, but also at the same time, a visitors bureau, and a museum area where people can learn about Somerton and the history of it, so.
Yeah, I remember also when I used to work under Hector, that was one of the ideas that he had, is to have a gift shop at that museum. So we can also have some
Las hats,
community
Starbucks.
visitors.
Ándale. Ahora sí, ¿no? Get the popcorn going.
It work this time, Alexis?
Luces. Cámara.
Ándale, IT.
Yeah, míralo. Oh, no rider. Anda, el chamaquito. Un car seat.
Los caballitos.
Míralo.
Back next year.
Mira, andaba intenso. Míralo, fotogénico.
Ay, qué escalera.
GERARDO. La rama.
Uy.
Sí, ganó.
Mira, si nomás está ganando. Washington se llama, ¿verdad?
Macarena.
Mira, desde chiquito están enseñándose. Me marearon.
Los 360.
Mayor.
Fourth of July. Pepe.
El presidente. Ay, está loco. Un machango. Ay, lo lavaron.
Show.
Síganlo y... Mucho jugan, pero puro canso bailando. Good video.
Thank you.
Next we have, economic development. Hector?
You have 10 minutes.
10 minutes. 10 minutes times Hector coefficient, 2.5.
Maldonados, güey.
Well, thank you for inviting Mayor, council members. I'm happy to be here. Yes. As you know, when I came back to Somerton in 2015, my first council retreat was in Lake Havasu. Remember that? It was my second week, and I went over there and I presented also the general plan, the purpose of the general plan, the city of Somerton. Again, this is very critical for the city. As you know, the city passed the general plan 2 years ago, but now we need to start the implementation process. Like the purpose of the general plan is to express the community's vision. So everything that we do, actually in the city, any CIPs, any project that we do, need to be focusing into that vision that it was established. It was voted by city council, mayor and council, but also by the citizens of Somerton, ratified to start the implementation process. Identify the community goals and development priorities. Like a mayor mentioned, priorities, the attention areas that needs to be there, or it was there already, to make the quality of life for the residents a little more better, especially in the neighborhoods. Same as policy guide, serve as a policy guide for local decision making. So every decision that the city is making in any city is to follow the guidelines that were established in the general plan. So it's very critical because by state law, every city is required to implement a general plan every 10 years. So the general plan also includes the elements. One of the elements in general plan is economic development. We have the land use element, we have the public works, transportation, circulation, but in this case, economic development. Economic development, the intent is to use all the tools necessary in the city. The land use, the zoning, the land use, the neighborhoods, industrial areas, multifamily residential areas, all of that combined to be able to use to sell the city. So economic development is a tool, but it needs to be using whatever we have to implement the general plan. Under the economic development element, there are community goals that were established in that plan. The 10A goal under the economic development support the retention and expansion of existing businesses. As you know, that's what we have been doing for a while, and it needs to continue for the next few years. 10B, strengthen downtown as center of commerce and culture. And one of the things that we do, and as you know, is the Main Street redesign. That's going to be implemented with 10B, because that's going to create a little more activity in downtown and make a more walkable environment, and also bring the culture, the parades, and all the entertainments in downtown. That's very important. So 10B will be actually implemented during that time. Attract businesses to diversify the local economy. That's very critical in economic development. As you know, we have a lot of agriculture job related, but we also need to bring the industrial portion. So the Avenue D corridor eventually that's going to be the area for future employment. The 10D, like I mentioned, support and coordinate efforts to classify Avenue D as an industrial corridor in Somerton. As you know, we have been working on this for a while, for the last 3-4 years, and now it looks like the county, the city of Somerton, they're actually pushing, they're going through the design phase right now, so it's happening. So that's how it's happening. But now, the next step the city needs to do is to classify officially the corridor for employment, industrial, high-tech related to agriculture, something like that to connect the port of entry number 2 in San Luis, all the way to US 95, so it's pretty critical. Next. These are the key principles that they are in the general plan as well. We already discussed that in the past. Next. The redevelopment plan is also very critical because you have the general plan as the umbrella. The redevelopment plan is underneath. So this is something that we have been doing for the last few years as part of the Main Street redesign. As you remember, we presented this back then in 2016, 2017. These were the goals that we used to actually start the process for the Main Street redesign. Now, as you know, in the last month, the grant application was submitted. Hopefully, we can get it. So that's going to help us to at least start the first phase of Main Street redesign from Somerton Avenue, a little farther away from State Avenue to Segregated Park, a little more away. So that's going to be at least to start the first phase of the Main Street redesign. And right now, I think it's about, used to be $1.2 million back in 2017, and now it's twice as much. Yeah, it's going to be more than $2 million. So all the the materials are going up. So that's why it's very important to complete the projects, CIP, because the cost of the construction is going up really hard. This is the whole segment from Somerton Avenue all the way to Cesar Chavez. But right now, the phase 1 will be only from here, this area here. That's the phase 1. But eventually, the intent is to go all the way to the community center by the Cesar Chavez Boulevard to create all the corridor.
And real quick, Hector, if I can interject. So, like Hector mentioned, we are full design, construction, shovel-ready project. So our goal is to look for funding to be able to get the rest of it shovel-ready to be able to go out for funding.
Yeah, thank you. It's very important to continue pushing for this because phase 1 is only one segment. The intent is to go all the way there. And we have also the entertainment district already established in downtown area. Next. So projects that happened the last year, I wasn't involved on much, but I mean, basically the old city hall, as you know, we've been working on this for a while, but it was sold last year, and right now the buyer, the intent is to keep the old building, protect that building, this area here, but demolish the corner, remodel the interior. That's the intent as far as I know, but hopefully it starts very soon. Next.
¿Tiene 2 años el previo?
Yeah, they got 2 years to do it. If not, go back to the city.
It's been a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, this corner also was sold last year. The southwest corner was State Avenue on Main Street. Tony Reeves is proposing commercial on the first floor and condominiums, apartments in the second, third floor. This buyer also has 2 years to do it. If not, as you remember, the Oriental House couldn't do it, so we went back to the city. Next. The Parkview Commerce Center has been a lot of work, as you know. As Carmen said, no more developers, but the city is a developer. It's costing money, but I mean, if we continue with the vision, it's going to be amazing. Lot number 1 is already sold on Sunset. Lot number 2, which is this over here, 2 commercial buildings, future with them. Lot number 7, that's for Avenue Gym. Lot number 5, Marlene has been working with myself before with McDonald's. Something happened with the McDonald's administrator in this area, so, but it's still pending. Land number 3, Marlene also contacts with Tony Riggs and Cobblestone Hotels on land number 3. That's a discussion also for a hotel site. And there are pending items very critical to continue pushing for this. We have the monument sign that is part of the plaque. It's going to be on this corner to put a Parkview Commerce Center at the entrance. The traffic signal is going to be over here. So this area need to put a monument sign with a name. And also here, a pylon sign, maybe 15 feet, 20 feet, to display all the businesses on those lots. And also the association, the maintenance, landscaping, the aesthetics of the site needs to be created by the property owners. Right now, the city.
Hector, is that sign budgeted?
No, that would be part of the association, the property owners. The monument sign, the pylon sign, the association, the creation needs to be done by the Sunset, Program Fontanes, and Mr. Haley, Robin and Jim. But right now, the city owns still 45% of the total land, the 20 acres. So the city still owns a portion of it.
We're working on selling it.
Next. La Conga, as you know, we had a discussion with the business from Mexicali, and they're very interested. We did a completed appraisal. The parking lot came out 105,500. That's already completed. But the spending right now is to create the RFP so we can publish it. And this business wants to apply for that, but this to be open first.
La Conga.
That's the business is very interested. As I mentioned before, that's the Cobblestone Hotels. It's very nice model that they have. They do it in small towns typically. And lot number 3, that's the one they are discussing right now. But there may be an issue with the potential proposal. But then again, we need to continue pushing because it is an enterprise zone. I mean, opportunity zone location. So investors may be interested in this site.
Hector, real quick, just to clarify, the lots that we've sold, they're under the same condition as the other lots. If they're not developed in 2 or 3 years, they revert back to the city?
Yeah, they do have the same language.
Okay.
Every city property that we sold.
Right, has that.
2 years, they have the same language.
So they get developed.
But in that case, they're waiting for the city.
No, but I mean, they do have that language, all the lots.
Yes, they do.
Thank you.
That's what they had from when the school opens or something like that.
Right, there's something there that if they're not moving forward, we look for someone else.
Yeah, they do understand language.
Yeah.
So as part of the economic development, Vanessa and Marlene have been working on this. Is the city website, of course, maintain the website to keep it updated all the time. Facebook, the city's account, provide information to the community, related not only to economic development, but also special events. And graphic design resources for citywide, assisting citywide events. And grand openings that they do quite often. So, recommended strategies to continue on this economic development. You can continue acquiring properties downtown. In downtown assessment district, I don't know if a million mayor from other cities to be able to maintain and have a nice looking downtowns. The property owners on the corridor, they actually pay a property assessment to maintain. Same thing in the districts. So that's very critical. If you continue in the next 10 years, potentially, maybe convince the property owners to create something like that, to make it continue looking very nice. The other one that I'd like to mention is the DES administration building. It's very critical that the city continue maintaining this building because it's leased until 2027. And but the maintenance is expensive. It's a full service lease. The city pays everything, the power, the water, everything. But the lease is very secure all the way to 2027.
We're gonna look at the potential of selling that.
Do we have budgeted in case some land gets open so we can have the ability to purchase during the next fiscal year? Because we can add something like that. There's those old homes in front of the gym that we have the infield district, and that would be something that if the city could start acquiring and then get RFPs because that has a lot of potential.
Currently, we don't have mayor, but been talking to Rosa about.
We should
look at that, putting some aside.
They'll in years past we put like 200,000 or 250, so we can at least approach those owners, and if they want to sell, so we can. The high school's coming, and that area is gonna. Yeah. And we can control at least what goes in there. Okay, we'll start working on that.
Yeah, this is the area, the opportunity zone. Somerton is surrounded by opportunity zone. Next. And the intergovernmental coordination, as you know, NGYDC, from FMD, Lima County Chamber of Commerce, the Small Business Development Center from Arizona Wesleyan College, Lima County Port Authority, that's pending. I was approached years before, since Summer can become a member. I don't know why it's not a member, but they're looking into it. And the YMPO, of course, to continue pushing for the R&D corridor. Next. This, we already discussed this on the CIP presentation, but this mayor, as you mentioned, the property, Mr. Garcia, he was having a budget for the last few years, but for the parking, visual parking there, potentially, to help the businesses on Main Street. So that's something that can be done. No boxes, and this ISO phase 3 and 4, it's going to continue, it's ready to go.
Yeah, we have that on the agenda next.
So that's a good one to go. Aside improvements, continue pushing for the aesthetically pleasing downtown area for the buildings. Next. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions?
9.5, good job.
Next, we'll have Human Development.
Very good.
20 minutes.
Try to keep under 10.
Oh, his voice, we can listen to that voice for an hour.
Okay, let's go.
Appreciate that. Well, this is my first time presenting at a retreat, but I appreciate the opportunity, Mayor and Council, and thank you to Hector for bringing up the general plan. It's a very important part of my department as well. Mayor and Council, this is the presentation for community development for the year 2024 and beyond. So let's get started.
All right, so right now,
Yes,
keep going.
Yes, sir. So our department, the Community Development Department, is responsible for reviewing, approving, and inspecting all land use, planning, and construction projects in the city of Somerton, and enforcing all codes related to the maintenance and upkeep of property. In a nutshell, that is what we do. Every project that comes to the city comes through the Community Development Department. Community Development staff could tell you an anecdote, a story, some bit of information about every new project in the city. Today, the Community Development Department is fully staffed in all of our divisions. I was just chatting with Armando yesterday while we were enjoying the libation over at the Well River. And he tells me, community, Mr. Soul, the only director who has a fully staffed department. So that is something I'm very happy about. And all of our employees are either fully certified or partially certified in their respective functions. And we're working on getting everyone fully satisfied. Certified. This is one of my goals.
Córtale, chavo.
That's a whole other topic.
Yes.
No, not to
Nice, how you actually go on.
Yes. So we also oversee the planning and zoning and commercial and residential advisory and appeal board. Mayor and council, this is your community development all-star team right here. I'll just kind of tell you a little bit what we do. This is our new Fernando Villegas. He's coming from the city of San Luis. Has over 20 years of experience in planning and zoning. Our code enforcement officer, he has a police and the law enforcement background. He's actually a very good addition to the team. Very energetic. Has already attained his certification, his primary certification, before even meeting his probation period. So very active. Our building inspector has tons of experience as well, close to 20 years of experience in the building industry. Maria is a fantastic permit technician. She does a little bit of it all in our department. She's kind of like the Swiss Army knife. And there is the conductor of the orchestra up there on the.
No anda con todo, síguele. Como dijo lo de
A little fun fact about the community development department is that we have 2 AICP planners on staff. You have 2 AICP certified planners on your payroll, which is tied for first place with Yuma County. If we count Hector, the city of Somerton has the most AICP planners in Yuma County, which is something This is our org chart. Although we are fully staffed right now, there is the potential to add more positions in the future to continue growing the organization and providing better service and becoming a more well-staffed, well-rounded department. Let's keep going. Some of our major projects that we have going on right now is Somerton High School, which is the largest project ever to come into the city of Somerton by a mile. It's huge. It's a behemoth of a project, really. It's still going on. They're on schedule to open by August 2nd of 2023 for the first students ever in Somerton High School. We're still pushing. That's still going to be done. We also have the Regional Center for Border Health expansion, 30,000 square feet, a new office business space. And this is a drone shot of the site. Another little thing I want to tell you is every single drone shot that you've seen in all these presentations probably were taken by the community development department. That's just another little thing that we do on the daily. We're also reviewing the Somerton 1898 subdivision. This is going to be the first of many new subdivisions that are coming to Somerton. That's going to go right here.
Which one is that? Where is that?
Somerton 1898 is the Bank of America subdivision that's going to be coming in south of Main Street, adjacent to.
Next to the new school?
Yes.
Okay.
The elementary.
Okay.
Well, Baby Soto?
Okay.
¿Cómo se llama? 1980. Yeah,
But you know what, Mayor and Council, the best is yet to come. We're doing very good, but the best is yet to come. In the next 2 years, this year, next year, we're going to see some very exciting new stuff. Sunset Clinic, Hector mentioned Sunset. We're meeting with them next week for a pre-development meeting. And their engineer and their architect are coming down, and we're going to have a meeting so that they can finally get their full submittals in soon. The gym, too, once that comes to Parkview, we're anticipating next year, once Parkview is all completed, we'll probably get that submittal in. That's also a very large project. This one right here, on the upper, I guess would be your upper right, is a 110-unit apartment complex that's going to bring 110 much-needed multi-family dwelling units.
That's to Comité?
Yes.
And where's that located?
That's right in front of the new subdivision. So right next to Bravey Soap School.
In front of Main Street.
In front of Main Street. And it's a 3-story building that they're proposing, over 50,000 square feet total of new residential. What else do we have? Circle K, you've heard, is going to tear down their store and is going to be rebuilding a brand new 5,000 square foot store. I've been in communication with Circle K executives, well, not executives, but their development team, and they're going to be submitting for a conditional use permit probably in the next week or so. And that's the first step to getting that store entitled. And then we also, another exciting one is the Paracone development, which is next to Park. So this is Parkview, and then the Paracone is right here, covered by this piece right here. We have some national chains looking at that parcel, and believe me, that's going to be another big one too. That's going to be huge for the city. We're in communication with the developer. We're having Bill Sims right now review an MOU that was requested by the developer. So we're going to be meeting on Monday via phone. Yes.
Yeah, you can say it.
So Starbucks is one of them. Chevron, possibly Clean Freak, and possibly a future grocery store.
Aldi?
In 2 years. In 2 years, yes.
We're going to hold you to that.
We've been holding you to that.
No, believe me, I will champion that project as much as I can promise you that. So yes, but we are reviewing the MOU that the developer proposed. What else? We met with the Halls yesterday too, or not yesterday, but 2 days ago. The Halls brothers, they're looking at coming back to town, and we need the population, we need the units. They're looking at bringing 600 new houses to the city of Summit.
How many officers are you bringing to the city?
We're going to work on that too.
Property tax.
Oh, property tax, yes.
The hospital is bringing a satellite hospital.
Are they?
Nah, that's We're going to hold you to that. Keep going, Tom.
Very good, very good. And then we're also working on an annexation because although we are, most of our land is ag land or vacant in our 7 square miles of municipal boundaries, there's always room for growth to accommodate even more future projects. And in the immediate future, we're looking at annexing what is about 600 acres, the Somerton Airport property, this huge 200-acre state land, and then filling in some of the gaps that were never annexed in the past. Probably should have been annexed when they did that annexation, but just to close in the gaps.
Where's the Somerton Airport?
You see this property line here?
Uh-huh.
That's it right there. To the right. This right here.
So that land doesn't belong to the Coco Palms? The slope, no? It's the slope. And it doesn't belong to the Coco Palms, huh?
No, it's a privately owned airport. The Salter family.
Next to it, yeah.
Okay.
And then this one, this is probably the most important one, this 200-acre block. That belongs to the state, and the state already said yes, take it. So, and the way annexations work is you have to get half of the property owners in the property value in order to do the annexation. Even if everyone else says no, if half of them say yes, and half of the value says yes, you can bring them. And we already, that's a pretty significant chunk right there. So those are major projects for the coming years. Some goals for the department in the short term is to become a respected, exemplary department among our peer jurisdictions and our small city fuel regulations reputation. There's nothing wrong with being flexible. We're all for flexibility, for being the most proactive, most business-friendly, development-friendly. But there's a little bit of a stigma, unfortunately, that we're still working on shaking off, is that because Somerton is small, that we are a bit lax on our enforcement and our inspections and in our plan review. But that is something that is my #1 objective to end. I want to bring this department, the Community Development Department, on par with the development services of Yuma County or City of Yuma Community Development. That is, and I think it's achievable with the right staff, the right policies, and we're on track. I want to continue providing our employees for opportunities for career advancement and career development. you saw the org chart, there's still positions that could be filled. Yes?
You got 5 minutes.
5 more minutes? Well, we got a lot of, I don't know if we've been talking for that long. We got a lot of stuff we want to do, and it's all to make the department and the city a better place to become the best whole city in Arizona. Next slide. And then I guess the biggest goal that I have in the more further future is to have every single division become bulletproof in the absence of the director. We've seen it too much that director leaves and there's really no, the ship loses its course. And I want to have every division be able to sustain itself and continue progressing. Well, and same with supervisors. If the supervisor's off or leaves, everyone should be ready to step up and fill the gaps because, you know, the train that we're on cannot stop just because we do. That's all I've got. Really, any questions for community development?
Can we get Costco?
Can we get Costco? That's economic development.
Yes.
So we're very satisfied with your presentation.
Thank you.
Is that 3 minutes?
You got 3 minutes.
You just like monologue. Continue hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Very good, thank you, sir.
Si yo tuviera esa voz, ahorita fuera.
Estuvieras en Hollywood,
Tuviera governor,
Le hubieran corrido por criticarlo.
With community development, so now, you got PD and some of the things that we'll need to support them in as this comes, so.
Thank you, Armando.
Thank you very much.
Good luck, brother.
Buzz Lightyear for Halloween.
And beyond.
And beyond.
And beyond.
Sorry, Chief.
Go ahead, Chief.
Take the gun out, Chief, don't listen to you.
You know, I came here in 1998. I started as a volunteer. 1997. I started here as a volunteer. Good afternoon, everybody. And the city of Somerton gave me enough training to be able to save hectares. Like you walked up before I shared that, but the city of Somerton gave me enough training to be able to save them one afternoon when we were doing the bike run, and I'm very, very happy for that. The city has given me so many things, and the little things that I've been able to give the city has served, and a blessing to serve as the chief of police. So I'll share a couple of things with you. The officer that you see up here is going to be Officer Ochoa. He comes from the Yuma area. His parents are from Somerton, and he has been working with us for about 3 years. That picture that you see right there is a pancake breakfast that we did a couple months ago. Fueron, eh? Martha showed up and helped me, so please come by. It's a good opportunity to see the public, and a good opportunity for you, for the mayor and council, for all of you guys to talk to the people, listen to some of the stuff that they have for us. I'm going to try to fly through this one. I think my presentation is one of the longest ones. It's 53 slides, but I'm going to say half of it is pictures. I think you'll enjoy some of the photos. Next slide. I'm just going to go like this, though. I don't want to say next slide every. I'm not able to see this tower side. I need my eyes to see how to see the kids. You good? Can you hear me without the mic? I have to use the mic. See? Okay. Objective 1. So last year when I did my presentation, I had 3 objectives, and I'm going to touch on them real quick. I promised you that we would come back with high quality service and technology. Then this is how we fulfilled it. We have high quality trained officers that came. We brought in, and I'll go through some of the ones that we brought in this year. Some of that technology that we're able to implement is we continue to use trainer officers with inclusion or mental health, use of force, and de-escalation. That's been a repetitive since I started here with you guys. I told the previous city managers that one of the things that I really wanted to focus on was de-escalation, because I shared that I truly believe that a lot of the stuff, 90% of our job is speaking to you and trying to convince you to allow me to arrest you, and the rest is only 10%. So 90% of it is me being able to talk to the people in the offices that we have, are able to talk to the staff. Turnaround, the reports have been a lot better, policing and guidance. We have a 1995 policy that we updated. It is at full right now. They're reviewing it. It's about 400 pages, so they're taking their time. Technology, we did a couple of things, and I'll share some of the cameras that we have throughout town. We have block safety through our grant fund, and I'll share more of that in a few minutes. We have a shared drive that we're implementing where we have a lot of paperwork that we have. So in order for us to bring down some of the, Armando and I have been talking about, hey, using technology a lot. Instead of hiring a bunch of people, we've been able to do it through technology. So reporting online, National Guard, digital formats, they formatted a bunch of stuff for us. Additional funding through Frontline, I'll share a little bit more of that with you. And then we have 911 text. For those of you that don't know, you can text 911, you can communicate with the dispatchers. Next slide, please. If you have any questions at any time, please stop me. I'm going to be running through this because I want to give you as much information as I can. Objective number 2 was to fill the vacancies of the officers, reducing the turnover and focusing on retention and professional development. And somebody touched, I think Mayor, you touched about continue to train. Armando, you did. When you came up here, the first moment you came, you said, it's not the relationship with the supervisors, it's more the continued training. And I think one of the departments that trains the most is probably our department. We have continuous training, whether it's police online, taser, handguns, whatever, we're training all the time. So on this one, you'll be able to see some of the stuff that we've done, trying to hire people with good character, reduce the turnover, we talked about that. First time in many years, thanks to the support of the council that I've received, we've been able to have 2 dispatchers on the shift, and we have overlapping shifts. We're stretching our officers a little bit because, and I'll explain the schedule here in a few more minutes about how we're covering the morning, the day, and the afternoon, and overlapping about 2 hours on every shift. So sometimes you'll see an accident, you'll see 5 officers. It doesn't mean we have 5 officers throughout the day. That just means for that 2 period peak time, we have 5 officers. The retention efforts that we've made, some of the stuff that I personally have focused on is recognizing the best shooter, the outstanding officer working through COVID. We recognize them. You will see that they have a little pin, I believe it's yellow and blue on their uniform. That's for them working through a hazardous period in our history. Upkeep of the police equipment, we have some shields, we have body worn cameras, we have the block safety cameras that are throughout town. We also have updated our uniforms, our vehicles, with some of the capital improvements. We have provided some of them with advanced training, which is general instructor, where they have to go through, I think it's a 1 or 2 weeks course, how did it come? For the general instructors, that's a week long, 1 week long, in order for them to be able to instruct in any other courses. Provide equipment with training. Recently we've had agencies from outside working in our area when we had the prisoner escape a couple weeks ago. A lot of agencies were very impressed that we had the flux system and that we had advanced cameras on our officers. Next. These are the staff that works directly for you. You'll see some of the fire personnel in the back. This was during the Corn Festival. We do little things. The mayor talked about appreciating people, treating them with a lot of respect and valuing them. This is one of the things that we did for Officer Pompa. It was his birthday, and we ran in there real quick. Somebody brought a birthday cake. And even though he was working that day and we were all working, we took a little moment to recognize just that he was working on the Corn Festival day. Next. The third objective, which has been a little bit more challenging because of the new officers that we have and new staff throughout the department, we have, though, allowed them to focus more on the learning the layout of the city, the community culture, the use of force, talking to the people, reviewing charges. A lot of the officers, even though they do the academy for 4 months, they still need that refresher, the hands-on. They need that somebody reviewing their tickets, reviewing their victims' rights forms, different documents that we have to turn into the courts, the county attorneys. Our sergeants who oversee and train, they're focused more right now on a lot of the training. So it's we're doing additional contacts with the community is a little tough, but this is what we've done. In the next slide, you'll see some of the things that we've been doing is to stay in touch with our community. Is we've assigned officers, particular officers, to watch over over people in our community that we know don't have family members. They're always on bicycle, that we find them sometimes drunk in our alleyway. So we've assigned one specific officer to that person, and they keep us updated. And if we don't see that person for a certain period of time, we go to their house, we try to find them, make sure that they're okay. Visiting our seniors, we're still doing that. We're calling them daily. We've had coffee with the cop. We did the pancake breakfast. We usually have a table. You will see one of our tables with our tablecloth and our officers out there at special events to try to engage the public. Stop me if you have any questions. Special Olympics fundraising, participation at gas stations, gassing up during the torch run. Our shirts have raised over $5,500, and not all that is, a lot of it is city money from city staff. You'll see our shirt here. I am very proud to tell you, this is our second year that our shirt is there. Look at the other names that are there. They're bigger agencies. They're way bigger agencies than we are. Probably the smallest one is gonna be, Opportunity Tribal Police Department. Somerton's there for the second year, so that's real good stuff. Next one. This is Officer Mena serving at one of the fundraisers at, where they sell the sugar beans downtown. They famous Dave's, yeah, right there. Next one. This is our officers working off duty. Nobody's getting paid here. This is about 5 in the morning. Everybody's coming over to cook some burritos in the morning. We've had a couple of council members come out and help us, and we start that off real early. We give it that morning, and we sell close to $700 to $1,000 of burritos. So we'll remind you next time we sell. Next. This is, we had just cleared a crime scene, and these are our officers engaging with some of the kids roaming around town, walking over to us from the beginning. Next. Partnership. We have a lot of partnerships. We have Amberley Space. We house an advocate at Amberley Space with us. We do case reviews. So case review means is that we have, if we have a child molestation case, whatever case we might have, but it has to be child related crime. It is reviewed at Amberley Space. We review along with all the local agencies to make sure that we're giving all the services that we need to the victims that we're serving at the time. Somerton Domestic Violence Task Force. We had a walk. Just about 2 or 3 days ago, we had a walk through Main Street. I believe there was a flyer that went out there inviting everybody. We have a summer program that we work with in Campesinos Sin Frontera. That'll be another program that we'll be working on this summer. We go out there, we do presentations with the kids, and we provide them a little bit of the information. Some of what Judge Torok is trying to do, or is going to do, some of the stuff we do for the summer program. We also work closely with our radio station. They have told us that the city of Somerton doesn't use them as much. It's a free service, so maybe something that we can continue to work with them, and that we'll do. Flock partners, we have the camera system throughout town. We have, and I'll go into I'll skip that because I have a little bit more information on that. We have increased involvement with our local border patrol. Is that 10 minutes? All right. So we have Regional Center for Border Health. We do fingerprints during COVID. During COVID, we were the only law enforcement agency, the only police department that continued to provide. And the staff kept coming to me, and everybody had shut down the fingerprint service, all police agencies. And we were the only one that, using all the precautions that we could, continue to serve medical staff, farm workers, and teachers, because when we screened it down to who was going to continue to move this world, it was going to be these 3. Next one. Next slide. So this is what the schools look like. This is the number of schools. The blue is going to be the number of students that we have at each school. We have the school district has 509. I jumped the schools because you can review the top ones. In middle school, Gravy Soto, ELC, which is El Encanto, Desert Sonora, CDS, and the Tech. At any given time, at any given morning, sometimes we only have 2 officers. So I wanted to throw that out there and just share with you. It'll be a challenge if we get any incidents. Somerton School District 509, we have the PEPTEC, I repeated that at 100. Chicanos por la Causa has 87. Wake Up 60, and the Somerton High School is going to be graduating over 300 kids. So by August, we'll have 300 kids at the high school. One thing that I missed on that one was the Sun Valley, who is also housed inside the middle school. They have 120 students. Schools, we've been working with them on lockdowns, parent-teacher meetings. We're visiting still. We're doing walkthroughs. Even though we only have school researcher assigned to the middle school, we have a liaison program where we have 1 officer assigned to each school, so they do a walkthrough. This is some of the stuff that we do for the school, PEPTEC presentations. We've done on vaping, we've done on drugs, we've done on goggles to show them what a person that is intoxicated, what they see and what kind of their behavior is. We've done crosswalk surveillance, a lot of that for the schools in the morning. You'll see us there in the afternoon. We attend assemblies when possible. And I think there's a couple photos of some of the stuff that we do. This is at PEPTEC. Go ahead. This is at the Somerton Middle School. They have wrapped this kid around after an assembly. This is us. Can you stop that right there? This is us conducting a walkthrough. Can you take it back to the other one? The other one, we're at the next one. Right there. I want to share this one with you because this photo is very important to me, as it should be to you. This is so we're doing a walkthrough. You see Captain Jenkins jotting down a couple of entrances, exits. We're making sure that we have everything noted, that we're going to need in case of a real bad situation. You will see at the far end of one of the officers, then you see Detective Celaya, Lieutenant Garza, you see a brand new officer way in the back, you see Sergeant Quintero, who's our range instructor, Captain, and myself. That is the team, this is the team. If we ever have a tragic incident, myself and Lieutenant and Detective, these two and us two are in the office at any given time. He might be there, they're not gonna be, they're gonna be out of patrol. Wanted to show that photo really good because it's important. I'll tell you, I'm worried, and sometimes I'm a little afraid that something would happen because it would take all of us in the office and leave 2 officers. So please keep that in mind. I love the growth of the city. I've been in the city since 1992. I've seen a lot of growth, a lot of things happening, and I've watched the city grow. And I love a lot of the projects that I've been seeing presented today, a lot of the stuff that Angelica's saying she's bringing, a lot of stuff that Saul is saying, bringing the special events that the mayor's talking about. I love all that. It's exciting. It's nice to see the city grow. But I'd like to ask council to help us too in helping us grow too, so we can continue to have these awesome events, these awesome activities at the park that everybody's safe. It's my duty to tell you that. I would be lying if I didn't tell you some of these things. Next slide, please. Any questions? All right, we'll move on. I'm going to try to be a little faster. These are some of the accomplishments. We've hired about 13 people since July of 2022, including our National Guard. The policy I talked to you about, we filled all the positions except for 2 officers and the contract and record staff. We have the option of vehicles. Hopefully it's going to bring about 9,000, and the second one's going to bring about 5,000. We have set parameters for use of force. You will be hearing me talk about use of force because to me and to the few officers that I've bought handcuffs and I've given handcuffs to, one of the things that I tell them is I said, you better have a real good reason for somebody, for putting handcuffs on somebody. You have a real good reason. Because other than that, you're not gonna bother, you're not gonna violate civil rights of the people of Somerton or anybody around, but we deal with the people of Somerton. So the use of force is very important to me. The use of the taser, the use of our guns, the use of our verbal to the public is very important. Next, training room. We have updated our training room. You will see our training room. Go back to the other photo. Our training room looks a little bit different than this. Mayor talks about youth programs and some of the programs that we bring. Judge, these kids are available to you. There's about 22 kids. They're all explorers. It's an explorer program that we have. Next slide. They are from the ages of 12 to 18. They get donations from the tribal. They got donations from Candy Camarena Law Firm. They help with the color guard. They man the tables at some of the special events. We give them an opportunity to learn from us. We help build their character, public speaking, career outlook, and good citizenship. Next one. These are some of their events. Go ahead, next one. Some of the events, we have a table. We're involved heavily with Armando and working some of the career fairs. Next one. Any questions? Oh, all right, next one. We have animal control. 2 officers, greatly trained, great staff. They love the city. They love working for the city. There are extra eyes. I'm going to make this really short. There was an officer shot downtown in Phoenix. The person that found it was an animal control officer. So he radioed that in. There are extra eyes. They've called in several things to us. They've closed down streets for us. They're an awesome program that the city has. Throughout the Yuma County, we are the agency that provides the most service to our residents. We're waiting on a couple trucks, brand new ones that Carmen had initially started working on since she had the animal control. The status on that is they'll be here in November, hopefully that. I'll be working with Rosa on that. Next one. Right here, you see animal control. They're doing some online training with Save on Per Diem, Save on Travel. Next one. Any questions? No? All right, we'll move on. Challenges that we have, we were seeing that our officers had productivity down. They were working at 12-hour shifts, so we brought it in, we changed our schedule to a 10-hour schedule to cover their peak hours. We have our sergeants we're stretching the sergeants, we have 3, so we kind of have to stretch them a little bit more in order for them to supervise the new staff that we have. This is what the schedule looks like. Next one. Hiring a police officer, I'll run through this one very quick. It's a long process, it's thorough. Not everybody passes a polygraph, not everybody can pass the shooting range, the judgmentals, shootings, the physical test, it's a 1.5-mile run, the push-ups, the sit-ups. You gotta do that part, and once you do that, for us, then you do this part for the Arizona Post, and then we continue. Some of the stuff that they do at the academy, and some of you guys that have bachelor's and higher degrees, this might seem like nothing, but it's tough. Physically, it's very demanding. There's a lot of tests going on at the academy. There's about 65. I put 10 right there, and they have to pass them 80 and above. But there's 65 tests at the academy. They're doing 5 fitness tests. I wish I would have been able to bring a dummy here so you guys can get a feel. It's 165 pounds that they have to be dragged. I know, I didn't want to do that after the whole bowling team. So comprehensive test, about 300 at the end. It's like an assessment to make sure that they got everything. And let's say that even after that, they get a certification, they have to pass a range. Go ahead to the next one. They come back to us, Somerton PD. Once we hire them, they do all that, and then they come back to us, to Somerton PD, and they have to pass this field training. Even if they certify, but they cannot understand keeping their gun in a safe way from people, they're going to be eliminated, because we're not going to put the rest of the officers at risk because somebody can't babysit their gun. We're not going to risk the city with that liability. So if they don't pass none of this, they get to go home. Less lethal, they have to come back and continue to train on taser, less lethal, report writing, learn how to testify in court. Of course, if not, the judge will call me. They have to do a full year solo, pretty much from the day they're hired until they get let go to work patrol. They're doing 1 full year, and then so it's not an easy hire, and I'm going to put you at the front desk. I'm going to teach you a couple of things and oversee you. This is a whole different thing. Advanced training, drug recognition, general instructor, bike, fitness, taser, range, and defensive tests. Next one. This is some of the testing. We do it at the back of the station. You'll see some of the National Guard there, or officers. They're doing push-ups, sit-ups, and then they're going to do a run down the pathway of right next to the Little Caesars Pizza. Next one. This is our officers, because we have new staff. Because when we get new staff and we have video footage of somebody, they will know them, so we bring in the senior officers to see if they can identify somebody new, so we can pick them up. Next one. Calls for service, we have about 32,000 a year. We have the high school coming, the parking, the subdivisions, and then we have about 20,000, Hector left, but 20,000 cars going through our highway every day. Next one. Recommended staffing, you've heard about this in the CIP that I shared with you a couple of weeks ago. The 2 SROs, of course, 2 additional patrol, and the part-time records that we have, so full-time. Next one. The detectives, yeah. There's any questions on that? No, I'm going to fly through a couple more photos. This is our records room. For those of you that haven't seen this, it's outside. It's outside the police department. Go ahead. This is the inside records room that we're working on. Go ahead. And these are some of the files. Some of the files you'll see they're very small. This is medium. Our biggest ones are going to be the homicide and assaults. There are about 4 or 5 record boxes. Go ahead. These are some of the tasks that our record staff conduct. Some of these tasks, in order to be efficient and to be able to do more, I've assigned to our dispatchers. So our dispatchers should be focused on fire, EMS, and police. But I've given them at least 3 of these tasks to help us to be able to continue the service. Go ahead. Any questions? No? All right. We'll continue. These are some of the reporting that we do to the state. We do NIBRs to the FBI. You've heard some of this, but some of you haven't, so I'd like to repeat some of this real quick. We do monthly reporting to the Governor's Office of Highway Safety on holidays and traffic. We do quarterly reports to the county attorney, or yearly to the county attorney on child counts, yearly to juvenile lockdowns. We get audited on all of these things that I have right here. Monthly statistics to DPS on grant reporting, and I'll share some of the grant information that I have. So this reporting is going to be very, very important in order for us to continue to get funding. And then we have bi-weeklies for staff for council. And then we have, we get audited on anything with the state computer, the CGIS information, which is where we get the license plate, your driver license information, all that we run when you get pulled over, or when I get pulled over too. All right, go back real quick on that one.
Right.
And this last one. Huh?
Later.
The last one is we review. So all our officers, you'll see they have body cameras. We have to redact some of the information. That is a challenge. So that's why I'm asking for this other part-time to be a full-time, because we need somebody to sit down and review these body cameras. Other than that, it's a real challenge for us with all the FOIA requests that we have and all the information that we need to process on a daily basis in a timely fashion. When we take somebody in custody, we have certain hours for them to get the paperwork to the courthouse, for them to get the paperwork to the county attorney's office. So all that is time consuming. Next one. You will see that in the audit of 2019, we had a couple deficiencies. We have done a great job of meeting and fixing all the deficiencies that we had in 2019. One of the things that we haven't done is build that position, that entire records position, to be able to provide and keep us out of a litigation when we're not providing a report to the public. Next one. This is our front desk person. This is what they deal with on a daily basis. So they're busy. They're doing a lot of the animal control permits, the animal control returns. They have to give, pay the money to be able to get these releases. So this is kind of what the traffic looks like. Walk-ins, we have about 44. This includes fire stuff as well. Next one. All right, this is an important one. Louis and the judge would have loved this photo because this is a 2017 photo. So because we didn't have an evidence custodian at the time, this is what our evidence room looks like. And if we would have gotten audited back then, we probably would have been shut down. And the chief would have probably been fired, and everybody else had hands or keys to that room. What's important about this photo is you'll see that everything's scattered. There's no order. There's absolutely, when I went in there, the chief assigned me this task in 2017 to go in there and just inventory and clean everything. So I told Ernie right now, so Ernie, we got a bunch of things that I didn't want to throw away, because to me they were sacred. They were history of Somerton. We had homicide stuff that we could get gotten rid of, and a bunch of other things that it was just extraordinary. Some of these guns look like World War II guns, and we still have them there. But if we go to the next page, once I came to council in 2000, I can't remember what year I came to council, and I requested, or I asked, and petitioned and begged, and they were real good with me, and they approved a full-time evidence custodian. This is what our evidence room looks like right now. It's great. It's something. Go ahead. Next one. Stop right there. Don't move on to the next image, please. That was our evidence room. But one of the other, a little bit of a challenge, a huge challenge, if you will, that I have, and it's a little bit of a strong photo. If you don't like blood, close your eyes. This photo, go ahead. This is how we air dry when we have clothes that we need to air dry. Our evidence custodian is a young lady. She is wonderful. She knows, and when I brought her on board, Chief Cotton brought her on board, and we assigned her to this task, and we told her that she was going to be doing all this. I told her, Addie, one day you will know more about evidence than I will ever do, and that's what she's done. She is great. This is an air drying. I can't remember a shooting or stabbing or something, but this is how we're air drying. One of the things that we've done, talking about technology, we connected with San Luis. They gave us an air dryer. We have it at the station. We're able to air dry there instead of here. Next one. These are our National Guards. They've been saving us for about 2 years. This is them looking through hundreds and hundreds of reports to be able to find disposition forms that we are able to disposition of property and evidence so we can destroy it. Next one. I think that's out of order. I'll talk about that one in a few minutes. Skip. Any questions? No? Next one. All right. National Guard will be leaving. National Guard has been able to cover our front desk. They've delivered court paperwork to the county attorneys and everywhere else, the courthouse, San Luis, juvenile. They do our fingerprint service currently at this time. They assist us at the range for about 8 days a year. We have a range. He's a range instructor that is assisting our current range instructor, and she helps us with making sure that nobody gets shot, that everybody clears their weapon when they have to, that everybody is at the back of the line when they have to. So that's a lot of help. They do a lot of clerical working, filing, pulling files. A lot of the auctions of the vehicles, we've auctioned about, I think I turned in 18 cars, and they did a lot of vacuuming, airing up the tires, just a little bit of everything. Reviewing video footage. So some of the video that we have to review, sometimes somebody will say, hey, I think the guy passed by here. I'll give you an example. Albertson, we had the homicide, the taximan on the highway, Mr. I can't remember his name. We had a review, I don't know how many videos of footage from Albertson, and we sat one of them, and we said, when you find something, just let us know. But other than that, you sit there and look at the whole video. That's a lot of hours that the detective didn't have to do. To all the people on this side, haven't had to do what's on that side. But we're going to be losing this in June 2023, maybe May. So it'll even affect Parks and Rec, because they're doing some of the building maintenance outside the building. Next. Here's some of the grants that we've been able to secure. Some of them are pending. Rosa's been working with me too to get some of those grants, but we're looking at about $788,000 in mileage, overtime, cameras throughout the city, some speed trailers that we're hoping to bring in from the governor's office. Next one. Any question on this? No?
I got a
Yes.
question on the National Guard.
Yes.
You losing them? Can you request, or is it?
I can't.
per
Once the
cycle?
governor says they're done, they're done. I can't keep it on. I wish I could. I have 4 of them right now. Next one. Any questions? No? All right, next one. Homeland Security, this is what we've been able to do. We have those cameras. I will show you the cameras, what they look like right now, but they've been able to help us, on the double homicide, the one right there in front of the Sunset Clinic, and the one at the casino, here, this casino. To our robberies cases that we have throughout the city, stolen vehicle that came in from Imperial County, multiple stolen vehicles that go throughout town, that San Luis eventually ends up catching them when we catch them. The prison escapee that we had, the reason we were able to spot, some of the car of the girlfriend, because she was the one driving them around, was because of these cameras. Assisted law enforcement agencies in solving crimes and the stolen vehicle notifications that we get. Next one. These are where the cameras are throughout town, the little green little markers. Go ahead, next one. This is what they look like. Next one. And this one's gonna be a close-up of what they look like. They're, I don't know, close to over $50,000 worth of grants from this one, from Homeland Security. Go ahead, next one. Any questions? No? So, next one. I invite you to visit us. Please come by. I think it's important for the officer to see you there. Come and see a little bit of what they do. It's a lot of work. We do it with the biggest of love and interest for the city and for our community. I will see on a daily basis our officers caring for people. They're going the extra mile. So come by, do a ride along. Not with me. With me, it's not important because with me, you're not going to see nothing. I'm just driving around once in a while, looking at buildings, make sure that what the growth of the city is. But when you ride along with an officer, it's the real experience. Come sit in dispatch if you'd like. You just have to look at a quick video, and then we'll sit you in there so you can hear some of the traffic. And then the Explore program meetings are on Wednesdays at 5:30. If you'd like to come by, Judge, I invite you anytime if you want to come and see these kids. They'll be great for role players for your month. And that's all I have. Any questions? Thank you. It's an honor working for you. Thank you. Working for the city. Thank you.
Vamos a ponerle Shelly Tapia.
Vámonos. Eso Luis, let's go, keep going.
All right. Mayor and council members, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present to you in this budget retreat. I'll go through a brief explanation of the Somerton Fire Department. I'm going to start by introducing our staff, administration, myself. The talent chief position is vacant, and then we have Clemente Ballesteros, which is an inspector, investigator. He's been there for 22 years. We have Captain Ratzik, 11 years. Arturo Mendez, 15 years. Chris Montivero, paramedic, 4 years. Isaac Quesada, EMT. He's in red because he will be leaving us soon to the city of Yuma. Neres Humphrey, Juan Lames, new hired, and then have a vacancy. The other crew would be B crew. B crew would be Carlos Correa, interim captain, 22 years. David Fuentes, engineer, 22 years. Mark Hollifield, paramedic, 4 years. Danny Sebreros, new hire. Diego Vasquez, Nathan Hernandez, less than 2 years. And they're both just completed the paramedic course. So we should be getting 2 paramedics there, and then we have a vacant position. C crew, we have Steve Clark, which is our captain. He's been there for 19 years. He's a Carvajal engineer, 11 years. Tabitha, Scott, and Rudy, paramedics, have been there for a little bit over a year. Francisco Lugo, 2 years, and then have a vacant position. So I have right now vacancies in every crew, but with the overtime and some of the part-timers, we're able to manage our crew on a daily basis. Some of the units that we have a 2014 F-350 ambulance, a 2017, 2022, which is a new remount that we just got. But with these emergency vehicles, they're getting with over 100,000 miles. So we're gonna have to find some type of replacement pretty soon. On the staff vehicles, we have the 2009 Tahoe, the 2010 battalion chief truck, and then the one that I drive. Once again, this truck is already at 169,000 miles. The top is 139,000 miles, which that vehicle, like I said before, was given to us for construction. But previous administration said, no, we're gonna keep it as a staff vehicle. But, like I said, that vehicle was given to us by Cohopa PD, because it was, once again, over the mileage and just too much wear and tear on those vehicles. We have a 2001 Typhoon fire truck. We just got a report last Thursday on it. It's over 20 years old. Some of the parts of the gauges for the pump are still on back order, and they're telling us that they cannot find them as easily. So that's why that, actually it's been already a year that we've been without a truck, because now it's just getting harder, and it's, like I said, it's 20 years old. The ladder is a 2006 ladder. So when Saul was saying that we're gonna be getting a 3-story building, we already have a ladder truck in place for it, so we don't have to worry about that. The only other concern that I'm thinking about is the annexation. If we do annex more land, we don't have hydrants in those areas. If there's some areas with residential or the airport, we're gonna need a water truck, which is our tender for the fire department. So that's also something we need to think about in the future. And then we have the F-550, which is our squad, which responds to all the medical emergencies and has extrication equipment for accidents. That's also squad. And then we have the 2008 brush truck, which is the one that Daryl, our first assistant chief, used to drive from Cobopa. Like I said, that truck is just too old. There's no need for us to put it in service, but I agree with what Ernie was saying. I'm sorry, yes, and we did talk to Mrs. Cordova about it, that maybe we can put it for display or just for parades or something like that. Next slide. Some of the accomplishments that we had at the fire department, grants. So we got a grant from 33,302.86 from the Tohono Indian Nation, and that's all going to be used to purchase the equipment for the new fire truck. We're going to be getting a new fire truck once again through Cocopa, but it's just for the fire truck itself. So that money will be used to purchase the equipment. Rosa, thank you very much, because I have been trying like for 9 months to get a hold of the gentleman that gave us the award, and I cannot get a hold, and all of a sudden Rosa has everything in place, so we should be getting a check for you. Thank you. How did you do it?
Make sure she gets a bonus.
The other grant that we got was to WACM, and that was for 9,700, and that's for a computer-aided training that we can use. The way we train right now with when we do in-house training, we get a piece of paper and we say, okay, what script do you have? Oh, that's VTAC. Well, now with this one, we put an iPad on the monitor, and we can see whatever and simulate different cardiac arrest patients. So it's just easier for the guys to train. So that's what that grant was. The other one we got through Arizona Department of
Environmental Quality
for 3,567, and it's for 1 air bottle and for 9 F500, which is a full. And I'll show you a picture in a moment what that is. Regional Center for Border Health gave us a scholarship so we can send students to paramedic school, and that was $25,000 that with the city safe. And we have Isaiah, Nathaniel, Francisco, and Diego. Like I said, last Thursday we just went to the graduation, and yes.
I have a question on that. So I didn't know about that, but did they sign something with the city that they're going to stay? Because I was asked.
So no, we don't have no, there was nothing signed. Figures to me that they were working on it, and as of right now, there's no contract, nothing in that case. So.
Because the purpose of that funding is to help the city of Somerton. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, I'm gonna provide that funding, and then what is it to tell me that they're not gonna leave and go somewhere else, when in actuality, that funding was to serve for our community. Mm-hmm.
Like I said,
and I think I brought that up way before you, Louis, and I asked Nico about that.
I've seen.
We can't bind people to.
But they had, the fire department had something.
Where they signed that they have to stay with the city.
Yeah, 2 years and stuff. Yeah, they changed that, but binding, but we can look at it.
So your history behind it. The previous students that were sponsored by Regional Center for Border Health, there was a contract that was actually signed by them, but it came like to $25,000 because they were charging them for per diem, for the hours, for the school and everything. So there was a big controversy between going back and forth. When we got the money, I know, like I said, previous administration was working on the contract. It was valid, was it not valid? And like I said, when I took over, there was nothing in place at that moment. So
we'll look it over. One of the things that, as we're looking at fire, PD, and you know, I guess the investment that we make in the new recruits and recruitment is seeing how we can at least somehow. You know, I know it's very difficult just on the HR side of finding them but I think if there is value, at least the cash value that the city provides, I think we combine them to that, not the employment part, but of the part where if we provide them some kind of funding, if they're not here more than 2 years, then they need to reimburse that. And I think that's how we should be established, but we'll look it over and make sure so that when we continue these, that's done. That they understand.
So, and do I understand, they were awarded for the city of Somerton. Now, this gentleman, he does leave, he will be leaving to the city of Yuma, which I know Amanda in the past has helped city of Yuma, city of San Luis, so I feel the money will stay within the Yuma County.
No, but she gives for each individual, so
yes.
she gave it for the city
So,
of Somerton, so
we wanna show you
definitely,
benefit.
you know, that's not the point.
And then I'll meet with Lou and Armando, we can still, since they completed, we can still go and say, now, you have to sign I don't know. So
No,
that's
that's
something that's something we'll work on it.
Thank you, I was just wondering.
Okay.
We have Chief go and talk to him.
The other grant that we got was, 10,400 to the Yuma Regional Communication System. And this is so, right now when we're documenting all our fire reports, our EMS report is done through image train. But in order for the PD to move into a different system, they kind of have to get the fire department out because New World does no longer hold a fire software. So image train does have a fire software program. If we buy into it, we'll be having our medical and our fire combined into one. So in order for us to move, they're providing us with a grant of 10,400. We're only putting 5,000 out of our pocket. This is just for the startup. Next year, which I already budgeted, I am putting we're gonna have to pay for full $15,000 for having all the software. I'm also working with Rosa because Imagetrain has a software that will help us do the billing. So everything will be combined into one. And once again, we're budgeting for that, and we're looking right now, just as a startup, it will be about 8,500, and then it'll just be 5,000 on a yearly basis for the Imagetrain, but for the billing purpose of it. And then the other one is we're getting a new fire truck. That's the amount that it's going to cost the Cocopa Indian tribe, and I know they use their ARPA funds. So here's a copy. Here's a picture. This is how it's going to look like. It's a brand new engine, and like I said, we just started the manufacture 2 weeks ago, and this is an actual picture of the fire truck being built. So this is what I was talking about. This is the foam that we use. We're going to see another picture later on and how we use it, but that's the foam that we use for fires, and this is the grant that we got, an air bottle. The equipment that we got for the 32,000 is to get all the tools, all the hoses and everything that goes into the fire truck. And this is the eye simulator that we're going to use now. We put the iPad in here, and we can see that monitor exactly like the same monitor that the paramedics carry. So it's going to be easier for training. So Bill, a little bit about billing. When I took over as interim fire chief, back then city manager told me your first job is to do something with the billing, come up with how we're going to move forward. So I met with Serena, and the plan that we did back then was, I don't want no paper. It has to be all done, just copying USB. So for the first almost 2 months, I was in the office just making copies and finding out what was it that needed to be done and trying to sort things out. So just a little recap, we are going to do a longer presentation, well not longer, but more detailed presentation on the council meeting on Tuesday.
But just a little bit of a recap. Regional Center for Border Health did the building from January of 2022 to June of 2022 because we had nobody. And then after that, we hired a Jay. And then they trained Jay to do the building. And then also San Luis Fire Department has also been a lot of help to us, helping with the. So as of right now, as of July of 2022 to present, all of our buildings being done 100% by Somerton, nobody else. And like I said, right now we're still working on January 2021 to December of 2021, which is almost 2 years ago. They're going to go back and try to file some of those claims and see if we can still collect some money. And this is, like I said, a little bit of the PowerPoint that we will present on Tuesday, and I'll go more in detail on Tuesday about it. Some of the challenges that we're going to be facing, once again, the pay. And that's something that we're working with Carmen, Louis, and Armando, Rosa also. But I just kind of wanted to share with you a little bit of what is it that we're facing. And I'm only using Yuma and San Luis because that's the place I'm losing firefighters. So we're not losing anybody to other cities. But for example, City of Yuma, their EMT pay $18.58 an hour. If they're a paramedic, $21.46. And then they have education reimbursement of $2,500 per year. If they're hazmat, they get an additional 94 cents. And then there's promotional, a bigger department, they care of hazmat team, technical rescue team, the SWAT team. So they have other areas that the firefighters can go into. So for City of San Luis, EMT $16.11, and for a paramedic $18.26. They're using their 207 money, getting an $1,000 bonus every year. And if you're a paramedic, you get an additional $5,000 bonus yearly. They have $1,200 educational reimbursement, and then they get a 50 cents pay raise if they're hazmat. If they have an associate degree, they're going to be getting $50 a month additionally. If they have a bachelor's degree, $75 a month, and a master's degree, it's $100 a month. This one's right here, they don't get it yet, but supposedly they're for next budget year they're going to be approved. For us, a new EMT hire starts at $14.26. If you're a paramedic, $16.53. For example, right now I have a 4-year EMT that's making $14.55 an hour. I have a 4-year paramedic that is making $16.86 an hour. I have a paramedic that has been with us for 14 years and he's making $17.11. I have a captain that's been here for 11 years, he's making $19.08. And I have a captain that's been here for 19 years and he's making $19.61 an hour.
So we are, excuse me, Chief, I just want to, because I know it sounds, it doesn't sound great, of course, but we are working on that, and we will, Rosa's helping us press the numbers, and that is one of the focuses this year. The priorities for is public safety, making sure that, we're being competitive, but at the same time, deal with the compression that he's talking about.
I used those $200,000 from him.
So we, in the past, we haven't addressed the compression rate. I thought for some reason we had addressed it in the past.
It didn't get done.
I think it got addressed a little bit, and PD talked with the dispatcher situation based on the data.
It's been
But not on the officer side.
Yeah, there's been done pieces of it depending on the budget. So the budget has been a limitation, and so we've addressed like a little bit of the dispatchers. We did a little bit with fire with increasing some of the rates, but it hasn't really been fully addressed.
So we'll look at it, we're going to look at it again and see what we can do again with the budget.
One thing to keep in mind, everyone, is the IGA for the Cocoa Pub may need to be looked at again and updated to reflect some of these changes, maybe request some additional funding for the staffing needs because they're reimbursing us for a lot of these payroll positions, a lot of these fire positions, excuse me.
And just to let you know that, at least in the fire, and Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of these, they work in Yuma, they work in San Luis part-time, which isn't an excuse, but we're fortunate. You've heard, all these individuals, the years of longevity they've been with the city of Somerton, and they're here for a reason, and I think we just have to, kind of just step back and kind of look at, okay, what can we do to to keep them here because they're committed. And I think we talked about that earlier. It's about the, the climate or at least, what we have in Somerton that we offer that people want to work for us.
But I would look in Yuma and San Luis as part-time too if I were making that.
And we agree, so we're gonna be, we're gonna look
Minimum
at
wage is gonna be increased to 15 in January, right?
So right now, minimum wage is like 13.86, and it's only like 83 cents difference than our starting EMT than our minimum wage.
But isn't it scheduled to increase in January, right?
it hasn't been confirmed. I know they've been looking at that, but they haven't.
What's the minimum right now?
13.85.
Supposed to raise increment.
Yeah, I think it was I just said gonna be 15 in January.
But, again, we're gonna look at that and propose something to mayor and council, for you to review.
So once again, I wanted to share this with you, but like I said, we are working together. We've been meeting multiple times, multiple meetings, coming up with different numbers. So it's something that is in the process of getting addressed. The other thing that I am working on is trying to do a 3-man engine. Right now, currently, the way we have it set up, we have 2 ambulances that are staffed with paramedic EMT. We have the squad staffed with a captain and an EMT. And then the engineer is on the engine by itself. So that's something that's why I requested 6. And like I said, that's something that it's a goal that I have that it will take me a couple of years, several years to accomplish. I'm willing to work with. My goal is to have a fully staffed engine, just like any other engine in another department, with a captain, an engineer, and a firefighter. This would help us be in compliance with NFPA 1710. And like I said, we're going to be looking to different sources. Either we apply for the SAFER grant once again for those 6 additional. Revisit the IGA with COCOPA, maybe we can do 3 and 3. But we're going to work on it because that's the goal. I want to have an engine fully staffed. Right now, we'll see the stats on the medical calls and fires. The majority of our calls are medicals, which are the ambulances. So once again, if we have an engine right now at the station, and if it's 3-man loaded, staffed by 3 person, and we have another medical call, those extra 2 people might get in another ambulance, run that call, come back, and then have to go back in the fire truck. So we would still be able to utilize them into multiple situations. So I'm working on a replacement schedule. Like I said, I put in for CIP, I put for vehicles, staff vehicles, because once again, they do have high mileage. And once again, we're going to be working on it, either we do it in the phases. The reason I am requesting 4-wheel drive vehicles is because we go out to the County 19. This is an example, not just necessarily because of the off-road, but there was a shooting that happened out there, and we get the patient, we put him in the truck, we take him out because the ambulance cannot make it all the way into County 19. And like I said, we've had calls out there for the ATV accidents, we had shootings out there. So that's why we need our vehicles to be forward drive and pickup trucks. Firefighter gear, we are required to have 2 set of gears because like I said, once we go to a fire, when we come back, that gear needs to be washed before we can use it again. And once again, I believe last year there was a grant or CIP project that where everybody got another set of gear. But once again, we need to have some replacement that we cannot just be dependent on making a big purchase. So I'm going to be budgeting to at least purchase 2 years every budget. Some of the excess funds that we have, the hoses, these are the regular hoses. This is the large diameter hose which connects to the hydrant. Once again, every fire that we have, we tend to lose 1 or 2 because, like I said, fire and the quality of the hose, that it's old, they burn, they have holes. Once they start leaking, we can no longer use it in actual fires. And we have a replacement program. So that's something that I'm going to be working on. The new fire truck that we're going to be getting can only use Class A foam. The grant that we got is for F500, which is a different type of foam. This one will help us not to clog the lines of the fire truck. So that's something that we're going to have to start working and budgeting to purchase. And like I said, one of our ambulances is already at 118,000 miles. So that's something that I'm going to start working maybe within 2 years, start budgeting so we can purchase another ambulance. Fire engine. Currently, City of Somerton does not own a fire engine. The fire engine that Somerton used to own, we donated it to Tacna Fire Department about 5 years ago. So the engine that we have right now is actually COCOPA bought it.
the new truck that we're gonna be getting, Coco bought it. So if something were to happen where the IGA goes apart and Coco says, hey, I'm taking all my units, we don't have a fire truck. We're only gonna have a ladder truck. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but maybe something we need to start budgeting, and hopefully within the next 8 years, purchase another fire truck. And then once again, maybe we might need a water tender truck if we're starting annexing areas where there's no hydrants. Some of the stats that I want to provide to you. So ambulances. So we have 2 ambulances within the city, and this is an ABLE 1. In 2021, they transported 720 people to the hospital. ABLE 2 transported 556, and we lost 16 calls to, not that we lost, but we were busy that rural metro San Luis Fire had to come in to pick up those patients. In 2022, we had 746 and 600 calls, and as of March of this year, ABLE 1, 168 and 147. So as you can see, both ambulances do stay busy, responding to calls and transporting people to the hospital. And this is just last 5 years. The call volume has gone up, and then last year we actually did 30 calls, about less. But from 2018 to 2022, we've seen a 13% increase in volume of calls that we responded. And like I said, 55.95% of the calls were medical, and then the rest we have other like public assist, car accidents 3%, blood pressure 7%, fires 5.55%. So the majority of our calls that we respond are medical calls. Future of the fire department. So one of the things that I want to do is kind of like what the PD is doing, work with the Somerton School District and adopt a school where I have 3 crews. Have every crew go and adopt one, let's say, Desert Sonora school. So that crew will be going to that school, having lunch with the kids maybe once a month. If they have a festival, their fall festival, have their crew go there and be part of it. That way it gets the kids motivated to, hey, you know what, I want to be a firefighter when I grow up, and kind of go that route. With our senior centers, we do BP checks every Tuesday, but another thing that I want to do with them is not just BP checks, maybe get a list and go do home patient visits and find out are their smoke detectors working, do they have a fire extinguisher, does the fire extinguisher need to be serviced? So do more community outreach, community programs with our community. Community events, once again, right now we do EMS standbys when we have the 4th of July. But kind of doing the same thing as the PD, have our table, have our food, have some flyers or some stuff that we can give out to the public. So once again, so we have more community outreach. Every high school has a co-op program. What the co-op program is, they assign a firefighter to a student. So you go half of the day to the school, and then the other half you go to the fire station and you train and all that. I was part of the co-op program back in Copa High School. So now that we have the high school here, it's something that I'm looking forward to working with. I already did talk to Mr. Arizo at one of the school events, and he said that he looks forward to working together. So that's another project. Some of the partnerships that we have. Regional Center for Border Health, like I said, they have paid for some of our students to go to paramedic school. They've done that multiple times. This is not to be the first time. And then we do the home patient visits with them, and also they were helping us with the building. The partnership that we have with Cocopa Indian Tribe, they hired 6 firefighters. They have purchased 2 fire trucks, and then they've also paid for a portion of the daily operations of the fire department. So our Explorer program, we did have an Explorer program. Can you go back to the previous one? After that, the Explorer, that one. So we did have the Explorer program. I was an Explorer, I started as an Explorer, and there's multiple people in Somerton Fire that started as Explorers, but due to COVID, we had to shut down our program. We haven't brought it back up. I already talked to one of the advisors, so hopefully by August, next school year, we're gonna have our program back up. And like I said, that's something that we want to do, because it starts with our youth at 14 up to 18 years of age, and once again, get them interested in the fire service. Local kids, have local talent from Somerton, from the Cocopa Indian Tribe. We're going to go out there to the tribe and see if we can get some of the kids out there to be part of the program. And like I said, go to the school, the Somerton Middle School, the Somerton High School,
and invited me to want to be part of the Explorer program and work with them. And like I said, it's not just for Somerton residents, but also we're going to open it up, which it has always been open up to the tribe, but they go out there and do more events out there to let them know and get them to join the program. And what we do with them, they do training, they do ride-alongs, and at the end, hopefully they can get a certification out of it by going into the EMT class as a student. They call it a guest student from high school. Their senior year, they go through AWC credits, and they actually get certified as an EMT. And then the one before that. And then the other one, I'm sorry. And then the other one is the Regional Fire Academy, and that's the new one that we're working right now, which is the Zero to Hero, by the way. And we're going to be hiring cadets, because right now we're waiting for somebody to go through EMT school, then the Fire Academy. It's taking almost a year and a half. So what we're going to do, we're doing the Zero to Hero. We're partnering up with City of Yuma. City of Yuma is going to be hiring 8 firefighters. City of San Luis is going to be hiring 9. We're going to be hiring 2 that I know of have open positions, and then if I get any of the additional ones, they don't have to have any certifications. They just have to be driver license, clear their background and everything, and we'll send them to a 20-week academy, kind of like the same concept that the PD has. And once they do the 20-week academy, they're done, they come back to us, and then they start working with us full-time firefighters. So as of Friday, we had 52 applicants for those positions. So, any questions? Good.
Last presentation.
Give it another 5 minutes.
Tienen también New York hace 2 años. Sí, pero es por el tráfico.
O por eventos, el special event.
And the last presentation, Carmen will help me a little bit on this one. So administration. Surprise, Carmen. So next slide, please. So goals, objectives, I just wanted to go with Mayor, Council, and the Department Directors know that, you know, the administration, our focus is to provide transparency and efficiency in all aspects of daily operation. And I think you've heard a little bit about that today, is continue to work with the Department Directors and the city to make it as efficiently as possible with the budget we have and the partnerships and opportunities. You know, continue to build that communication with council and department directors on moving forward. Provide ideas and opportunities for both the vision of mayor and council. You are the ones that give us the direction, and so making sure that we're in line with that. And then I think the last one's very important, and I think that's something that we're going to be working with the department directors is, you know, building partnerships and actively pursuing funding opportunities. We understand that we have a challenge with the budget, but at the same time, there's a lot of opportunities for us to go out and get, receive or look for funding for these projects that we have. So I think the opportunities are there. So as administration, we're going to support the department directors in looking for that and providing that opportunity. Next. One of the things we want to bring up, and we'll bring up in a work session coming up hopefully in May, is, you know, for next year, proposing the the prosecutor budget to make it contractual and providing some funding for the city attorney and the prosecutor and be able to go in that direction. So that's something we'll be proposing. Just wanted to kind of give you heads up during the work session, and also if there's, you know, travel or membership dues that might be included in that. So, next. So, special events, just wanted to go over Mayor and Council so you have a little bit of idea of, these are the co-sponsored events that Mayor and Council support. And so, you know, we got the Corn Fest, which these are figures for this year that were in the budget. Was $13,000. The Tamale Festival was 15. The mayor's bike ride spent budgeted about 1,000. I think it was less spent, but that was what the budget was. And then the showcase for the city, the conference was 5,000. Employee appreciation, and then we had Leo Niños, which is a partnership we have with the library. There's a resolution, and we'll share that, and this will be up for work session 2 to look at that. There's a resolution that shows a different list, so I want to bring that back up to you, and so we get some clarification to make sure we get it updated. If it changes or adding, then that way we have that opportunity, but I just kind of want to let you know. So next slide. ARPA funding. This is something that Carmen and I have been going through and trying to, I guess, finalize in a sense of what Mayor's Council approved. There was the potential for the parking lot acquisition on Main Street, which was 260, which again, this was, it was kind of one of those where potentially be used, so we'll work on looking at that opportunity to be able to fund that. Sorry, screen went sideways. And did it to myself. There goes the 5 minutes. So we already did the premium pay for the employees, which is $300,000. Court security, I think we're working with the judge on that, and she mentioned it earlier. There's that City Hall project, the ERP update, which Rosa's donating her money. For now, I think maybe we did the community center, the ACs, that was done. Public safety, there was the Bay Garage for 150, which
that was a weird building that you didn't saw during my presentation. We're working on that.
Yeah.
It's getting numbers.
Okay, so working on that one. There was a South Somerton drainage project. Carmen, can you elaborate on?
Yeah, this is the program where all the retention basins are getting connected on the south side. We had the same project
on the north
side. So there was a share that the city had to pay, and this was
a match or something.
Kind of a.
And I think we did that.
Yes,
it's complete. That's completed. So.
Yes.
And again, this is the list that we saw. So if you saw something different, please let us know, because we're wanting to.
We probably didn't approve it. It was just put there.
but Mayor, we this is, like I said, this is what we can work on.
And maybe some of the projects that were done weren't taken from those funds, so.
Well, and that's.
We can reallocate and present something then.
So we got the funds up front, and we're being asked to report on all the projects that we're doing each year and provide them a report when we did these projects. That's kind of how it works.
So we have completed some of those projects, so Rosa is submitting that. Again, the report just gives you, just requesting what we're looking to do with them, but we still have the opportunity to change it.
So specifically, they want the project that you did in relation to infrastructure, negative effects on the economy, different items such as if you gave money to another agency, for example, say that you wanted to give them money for a certain program that they're helping you with. And so it's just like the business purpose they're wanting, and then your expenditures on that project, how much you have left, and they're wanting this year after year. And I believe we have a performance period until next year to completely use this funding, and then we'll have to ask for an extension if we don't put in these projects.
One that's not there was the grants to businesses that that we gave.
Yeah, and Mayor, I remember that in prior council meetings, listening in. But again, we're just going by what was approved, and like I said, it doesn't mean that mayor and council cannot change. We just wanted to kind of follow up, because I think in a work session, we want to come back and get that list from you and say, hey, look, we want to do this, or we want to change that, so. But I just wanted to kind of give you the total of what we have, the running total, at least what we can see documented. And then the water tank for number 3, which was $2 million, and that's like Sam mentioned earlier, that's getting designed. And then of course the shelter community center, that was at 1.766, with total funding of 5.5 million, somewhat. There is a balance of 391. We did, if you recall, the premium pay, we changed that amount, so this kind of reflects that, and then it might be that some of the other things maybe just weren't totally, so we're trying to get that squared away. So just to let you know, and just wanted to give you an update on that, and we'll be working on a work session to bring that to you, because we need to get those going, and some of these projects, start moving forward. So
on water tank number 3, we can find out if that's in our IIP, so we can eventually reimburse that, maybe put it in the general fund that we can use those impact fees, and then pay for that.
So on that one, I'm not sure if we have a list of loan out specifically for that purpose we made, because I think I remember seeing that.
So we can look at that, but just like I said, this was something that was on what we had on the list for the minutes, so we wanted to share it with you.
And if I may add, even though Rosa's donating $250,000, we just need to keep in mind that we have some park view improvements that we still need to come up with the funding. So,
and this might be an alternative, and we'll present that to you. Because I think all of us, well, Mayor and Council, I think the priority is park view and making sure that we get that completed moving forward. So the 0.8, I had 0.8, but the 0.8 sales tax, that I recall was always, about 600,000. It was trying to, next. I know there was City Hall debt payment. So we just want to get, we're working on that amount and where that's identified, just so that we can come back to you and you can start focusing on those projects and letting staff know where you want those. We found Councilman Rosado was able to send me an old email where those projects were from 2017 to 2021. So we're going to revisit those projects and bring them back to you, and maybe see what was being completed, see what's not completed, see if you still want to move with those projects or have something new. So we'll be working with you on that, but right now we're just trying to figure out how, working with Rosa to figure out that allocation.
The treaty for them.
And you had the, I think the skate park was something that was brought up that maybe funding was there. And then
skate parks, equipment.
Yeah. We just want to. We're working with Rosa and trying to identify
lights.
Yeah. So we're just trying to identify how it's used, so we can make council aware. And then last architect proposal, we sent that. So it's a large document. We're still working on the proposal, and we'll be bringing that presentation to the next council meeting for you to review. To move that forward. I just wanted to share with you, just keep in mind that those numbers that you're going to see, that would make this project shovel ready, where, if there's grant opportunities or any other funding, we would be able to move forward with that. One of the reasons we had Main Street, we're able to do it because it was shovel ready. One of the two quick things that just to finish off, the recycling plant, just wanted to get your feedback. We're looking at the options to open next fiscal year, but be something that I'd like feedback from mayor and council on if revisit the partnership with other municipalities. Currently, it's all going to one site, and so we're not saving from the tipping fees and some other things currently. And that was more COVID related. If you decide to move forward or give us direction, we can look at the potential of hiring, again, another part-time person to run the plant like we had before. We've been talking to the prison labor, and they're saying about a month or two, they'll give us a better idea if they would be able to staff it again like we had in the past. So that's something. We also have an individual, a recycling company in Yuma, an individual that is interested in talking to us about maybe how we can work more efficiently with him, getting materials to him and buying it, and how we can better make the whole system more efficient with maybe the minimal staff with the prison labor and that individual. And then, so that's part of maybe establishing a future partnership for materials.
I was talking to Louis this week, and I was surprised that I didn't know all recycled material was going to the dump. So that just goes to show the communication we've had over the last year that plant hasn't been working, or so yeah, all the trash that we're getting from recycle are going straight to the dumpster. So that's, but at least for me, it would be like explore all the options. I know the city of Yuma did that years ago. They went with having, I think, Republic, and they have certain agreements with whatever we do. If sorting is too expensive or too unreliable, then we'll do something. And I guess we can revisit this whole thing again and see what makes sense for the city of Somerton.
Right, and like I said, this is something that we're gonna figure out now, but I just wanted to get direction and making sure that was still, it's a great green effort, in our community. I think it was highlighted in different communities, so I think it's important that we look and see what we're able to do to make that happen. And then again, the solar panels at the different plants, I'm working and finishing off so we can provide more information to you on that third party. And I think I provided some information, so we'll work on an agenda item presentation to get a little bit more direction on how we want to move forward. There's a possibility, of working with the current, company, or looking at some other options with some other companies. So. I think that's it, right? Yeah. 5 minutes.
That's it for the presentations?
That's it.
And it's 5 in the morning.
Yeah, so I want to thank everybody for coming, and this is we're still trying to figure out the budget, and hopefully this next couple of months we just
we have to do.
Yeah. To June? Yeah.
We're required to adopt it, or we're going to adopt an extension.
Yeah, and when we went to Washington, there's going to be a lot of grant opportunities. Just keep your eye on it. There's for infrastructure and for everything. They're still trying to figure out how those are going to be presented, but there is going to be support to have shovel-ready projects. And to me, at least, my priority this next year, what I would like to see is, we know that public safety, we have an issue, so we can address that as possible. Also, we have the new high schools, we gotta concentrate on that infrastructure over there, so, we're seeing, all the CIP, but, at least priority should be that. We have the school, and that's gonna be an economic driver for a community, so we can concentrate on that. That's the most important thing, and of course, the Sear escape, but we can see that, and, that's it. And if we can look at having a grant administrator full-time, hopefully, because, like you said,
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Mayor, because there is value to it. Well, we've seen value from it just with the two that we've had. And we're gonna, at the work session, we're gonna put together just how much value that has.
Danilo brings it every year, so.
No, I think it's an important.
Yeah. Thank you. 3:30, yeah? Go Suns. ¿Cómo se